Hi, hello, how is it going? Today we're gonna be doing book reading. Yay! I'm like already out of breath. Oh my gosh. Actually already out of breath. Yay. Hi, hello, thank you, Billy, for being first today. You snagged that one quickly from me. Appreciate you. Mwah. Thanks much. First kiss of the night, first kiss of the day. That's a fact, actually. It's the first kiss I've given out all day. I don't give out kisses, period. So, first kiss of the day. Congratulations to you. Hi, we're gonna be reading today. And by we, I mean me, obviously. I don't know if I'm gonna like this book. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out quickly, promptly, immediately. We will figure it out. I'm hoping that it's good. Otherwise, I'm gonna be upset. I'm hoping that's good. Otherwise, I'll be upset. How am I doing today? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Thanks much. Yeah, I'm just very tired. I still have like stuff to do. I still have like a lot of stuff to do. I'm just very tired. And honestly, I just don't want to do any of it. I don't want to do anything right now. I just want to be in my little bed. I want to be in my little bed. I don't really feel like doing anything. But it's good for me to stream. It gives me something to do. Because even though there's stuff for me to do, I just don't want to do that. I'm like having really bad cognitive. That's not the phrasing. I'm having really bad executive dysfunction. That's what that is today. It'll get sorted out, but at least today I'm like, like nothing's happening. Nothing's gonna get done. It's fine. Sometimes nothing is gonna get done, and that's just okay. You just have to like sit in that. So that's where I'm at today. I hope everybody else having a good day, good night, wherever you are. Wherever you are, I hope everybody is. I feel like I'm about to sneeze. Everybody is safe and comfy and cozy. I'm not gonna start reading until like half an hour from now, because I usually like to just give it a minute. I don't ever like to start the stream doing the one thing that the stream is. You need a bit of intro, you know? It's been raining all day here. Honestly, that sounds really nice. Sounds really nice. Now, today I'm in the mood for rain. Yesterday I was not, but today I am. Today I am. Hatsune Miku wrote a book. The person who did write the book, we don't talk about. We don't talk about. I know what I said. I know what I said. I said, I know it's there. It's on the VOD. Quote, we're not gonna read another Neil Gaiman book ever after this one. But then I was like, well, I was like, I can't stop thinking about the summary of this book. Oh, I was like, I really can't stop thinking about the summary of this book. So, what am I going to do about that? And I was already gonna read it in my free time. And I was like, two birds, one stone, two birds, one stone. And also I did want to read the Odyssey for stream. But that just didn't work. So it felt like the universe was telling me not to read this book. Like I went around it and I was like, okay, let's read the Odyssey. And then the Odyssey was not gonna work. The Odyssey was really just not gonna work. I want to read it. I keep saying that. It's like I really do want to read the Odyssey. I really do want to read the Odyssey. I do, but it's like every time I start. Have you started this one yet? Nope. That's why it's called. That's why there's a one. There's a one. There's a one in the title. It's the first stream. Usually I write like stream start or book start, but I think it's just easier for me to track it if I just number the streams now, because we had like the graveyard book took so long. The graveyard book, I was not expecting that book to be that fucking big. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I was not expecting that. Thank you so much for the follow. Thanks much. I really do appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. I was not expecting the graveyard book to take as many streams as it did. Those chapters were long as shit. I really got bamboozled because I was like, oh my god, there's only 8 chapters in the entire book. We're gonna have like 4 streams, maybe even 2 streams. And it was like an entire month of my life. Then it was like quite literally an entire month of my life. So I was like, oh no. I was like, oh. So it became kind of like a nightmare when it came to titling streams, because I never actually knew which parts were what when I was uploading them to my YouTube for people that want to watch the VOD later, maybe like a month later, when, you know, I'm already done reading it. So it's just easier now for me to number everything. That's the way I'm going to do that now. So you'll know where we're at, because I'm going to number it. I would ideally like to number it by chapter, but I don't always finish the chapter. Sometimes I'm just like, I have to go to bed, and I go to sleep. Sometimes I'm just like, I have to go to bed, I can't finish this chapter. So that doesn't work. So it's not gonna work if I'm like, oh, we chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3 in the title, because I just end it when I'm done with the stream. I'm just like, I can't do this anymore. I need to go to bed. The voice is just perfect. It's just too perfect, respectfully. Oh, thank you. It's very sweet of you to say. Yeah, I really did want to read the Odyssey, because it would be nice to do a refresher for me personally. Because I read the Odyssey. I own the book. I read it like 4 times. I've read the Fitzgerald version, which is not the most updated version. It's not the most modern version. It's also not a lot of people's favorite translation of the book. But it is the one that is, I think, more academically used. That's not why I had it. I just ended up reading the Fitzgerald version. If you know anything about Odyssey translations. But it's like, my god, man, I really want to make the Odyssey work. I'm like trying to make this happen. It's like I'm trying to make fetch happen, and it's like it doesn't want to. It doesn't want. Because I think I'm also gonna get confused reading the Odyssey. It's a good story. I just need like the children's version of it, because like reading the original text is too much. It's too much. It is too much. It's a lot of metaphor in the book. It's a lot of metaphor. And you might be asking, Pup, why did you want to read the Odyssey so bad? I wanted to read the Odyssey again because the movie Christopher Nolan is doing an adaptation of the Odyssey that's going to come out in the next couple of years. So I was like, oh, it's actually a perfect time for me to refresh it, get a refresher. It's gonna have Zendaya in it, and who is in this movie? It's like everybody and their mom is like in this movie. Everybody and their mom is in this movie. Yeah, Christopher Nolan. Let me see. Who else was in this movie? Oh, Robert Pattinson's in this movie. Not the one with Pedro Pascal. No, Pedro Pascal is not confirmed to be in this movie. Matt Damon is in here. I think that's Tom Holland is also in this movie. Anne Hathaway is in this movie. Lupita Nyong'o is in this movie. It's like everybody that can act is in this movie. So I'm like, damn, I kind of want to. Damn, I kind of want to get a refresher for the story. Kind of want to get a big refresher for it. I don't know when it's gonna come out. Oh, it's gonna come out in 2026. So like, there's some time. There's some time to do that Odyssey. I'll figure it out at some point. Either I'm gonna figure it out or I'm gonna abandon this idea entirely. I'm gonna figure out a translation. I essentially need like the Odyssey for babies because that's like the easiest way for me to read it on stream. It really is everybody and their goddamn mom. That's why everybody it like was trending on Twitter. And then it launched into a whole discussion about the Odyssey because a lot of people have never actually read the Odyssey. And they were like, why the fuck would anybody want to watch the Odyssey? And it's like, well, 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 for one, it's one of the oldest stories of all time and one of the most beloved stories of all time. It's like the hero's journey, at least in, you could say, like Western culture. It takes a lot of media takes from the Odyssey, so I don't know why you wouldn't want to adapt it. And then for two, everyone was like, I think it launched a lot of discussion about media literacy and people's inability to read a book. To like sit down and like actually read, because everybody on the timeline was like, I don't read books. And I was like, I don't know if that's something you should be proud of. I don't read books and I'm proud of it. And it's like, there's a difference between like you not having the time to read, right? Because life is busy. Life's busy. It's difficult. And there's not always time to do the things that you want to do. I have a full stack of books that I have not finished in my personal library. And I'm just like, one of these days I'm gonna sit down and read them, which is why I like reading books on stream now, because I'm like, okay, at least I get to read a book. At least I get to read something, because I don't have time for it. Versus somebody being like, I don't read. And it's like, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that second one. I don't read? You don't read? Something about that doesn't sit well in my spirit. For me personally, something about that. I'm on the other side of the discourse. I think it's weird. I think that's like a weird flex. I one a month is good progress. Yeah, I don't have like a book goal or anything like that. I used to read like a book every 3 days. Like I love reading. My library is really full. I'm actually starting a brand new library. I want to get into that. It's gonna take me like a few years for me to build it up to my old library, because I donated a lot of my books to charity over the summer, because I've already read them. I've already read them, and I like having a library, but I also believe in like allowing other people to experience the joy of reading. So I donated it to a children's charity. So I was like, okay, it's time for me to rebuild with new books. So I'm slowly starting. That was like my holy grail library, and I like cut it in half. So I'm like, all right, let's slowly rebuild. It's like a back of my mind sort of thing, where it's like, yeah, if I find the time, it's epic, you donate them. Yeah, for sure. I always donate. I donate books and clothing. I at least try to donate every 3 months something. I usually try to donate every 3 months. Like I'm cleaning up my closet, actually, in the process of doing that, because I've been complaining on stream that we're gonna get to the book, by the way. I just like to do a little bit of an intro, just chatting, because starting with the book is like a lot. It's like a lot. I have no idea what themes are gonna pop up in this book, so let's just chat for a little bit. But I also don't believe in the idea of like, I believe in keeping things that serve you, right? So like, even if I love a t-shirt, if it doesn't fit me anymore, why it's not serving me, it's not helping me, even though it has memories. So it should go to somebody that it can serve. And I've been complaining on stream a lot about how I gained weight, which is like, I'm not mad about it. I love being plump, but I also keep bursting out of my clothes, which means I need to test all of my clothes. So I'm slowly like emptying out my closet to make way for new clothes that like I will be able to wear and that I won't burst my fat thussy out of. So so my boobs won't like burst in the middle of a work meeting. out of my top. So yeah, I'm building a basket that I know I'm already gonna donate to another charity, because I usually go to like women's shelters and I'll donate. One of these days I'll do that with my makeup. If you ever have like leftover clothes and makeup or any feminine stuff, by the way, I highly recommend donating them. Instead of throwing them away, donate them to a women's charity. A lot of charities don't have clothing, and they also don't have like female products or femme products. And when I say that, I mean like makeup and stuff, for individuals that don't have access to that. Highly recommend. Even if it's like jewelry, like donate it if you can, because it can be a huge help to that population. So like I'm probably gonna go around like in 2 months from now. Hopefully I will have cleaned everything out by then. But yes, in any case, I was talking about the Odyssey. I like completely forgot what I was talking about. I was talking about the Odyssey. Yes, I do wanna read it at some point in the next year, maybe, possibly. Oh, I think I like made my like last, I think 52 books is like fucking swag, by the way. I think and again, like if you don't like to read, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't know. If you don't like to read, like, cuz my best friend, for example, she doesn't like to read. She likes to look at pictures. She says that all the time. She's like, if there are no pictures in the book, I can't focus. Which is, I'm I'm gonna say it's insane just because my best friend is a lawyer, so I'm like, there are no fucking pictures in your law book, so like, what are you talking about? I'm like, what are you talking about? You're a lawyer. Lock in. Pictures. But like, I understand different strokes for different folks. Like, there's audiobooks, there's a graphic novels, like there are other ways to read that aren't necessarily just like standard print. I think when people are like, I don't read at all, like that's what kind of gets me, where they're like, you don't even touch an audiobook, like you don't want to do that, like you don't like the act of reading. I love reading. Oh my god, I love reading. Hi Ishmael, hi. How am I? I'm good, thank you so much for asking. I'm actually, my foot is falling asleep because it's getting crushed from my fat thighs. I actually need to change my position. I'm sorry if that was really loud. Oh my god. Yeah, oh my god. I like crushed my foot under my ass this morning, and it was the biggest pain I've ever had in my entire life. I was sitting on it and I felt so comfortable. It was so comfortable. And then I got up and I thought I was dying. I really did. I thought I was dying. My foot, I've never had that. I've never had a feeling like that before. I was like, I'm never going to do that ever again. I'm never in my life going to do that again. Hi, Maple. Oh my god, I haven't seen you in like forever. I haven't seen you in like a millennia. Hiyo. Hi. It's okay if you can't stay. It's fine. We're doing book club today, so it's not that crazy. I don't even know if I'm gonna like the book tonight, so. I haven't seen you in like a millennia and a gazilliania. But I am having a good day. As good as my day can be. I'm here with everybody. I'm here with everybody right now. So my days are basic now. I'm here with everybody in this moment. So how can it be a bad day? My sister loves to read all the time. Yeah, I love reading. I love being transported into like another world. I love like blocking out this reality. I love it. I love blocking out this reality and being like, yes, I am in the Trojan War. I am. I don't know, in a graveyard. I've never read Harry. My mind went to like Harry Potter, and then I was like, I've never read Harry Potter. I actually don't know what I'm talking. I've never in my life read Harry Potter. I've been trying to peek into Twitch more often, so I hope I can catch you again soon for sure. I mean, like, I streamed daily from like August to the end of the year, but then I took a 2-week break. So the algorithm hates me again. We hate to see it. The algorithm hates me now because you are not allowed to take a break. You are not allowed to take a break. And then I transition into gaming. No, for sure. I'm not saying you have to like read all the time. I think for me, when I say that, I'm talking about people that are like, I don't read at all. Like, I'm not interested in even the concept of reading. Like, I don't even like the idea of it. That's what I mean when I say like people that don't read. Like, if you don't read a book in a year because like that year you were like watching movies or like engaged in other hobbies, like that's fine. Like maybe you didn't read in a couple of years because like I don't know, you were doing other stuff, but like you like reading, you still like reading. There's no timeline or like timer on like when you have to engage in a hobby again, right? Because like I like video games, but that does not mean that I have to play a video game every single day in order for me to prove that I like video games. I don't have to read a book every single day for me to prove that I like to read books. I just mean like people, because I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw this discourse because it was about the Odyssey, because people were like, oh my god, I can't believe you people like to read. And then I was like, you don't like reading? You don't like the concept of it? Like, that doesn't make any sense. I don't understand that. That's what I don't understand when people are like, I don't understand. I don't like the concept of reading. I'm like, you don't like just reading? Like any form of reading, you don't like that? But then again, I don't know. Like some people are like, when I read, I can't picture it in my head. And I don't know what to do with that information. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to help with that one. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, so like I was saying before, I didn't finish my other thought. I was saying before that like yeah, I was doing daily streams except for on Sunday. So like you'll probably see me again because I'm gonna keep doing them because I like to stream. It keeps me regular, you know. It keeps me regular. I like having a schedule. It keeps me regular. Some people have no imagination. I don't know. It's like I'm not trying to like be, I think I want to like extend like consideration and like empathy towards people that like can't imagine, but it's like I also am just like I don't know, like how do you not imagine? you not like I want to extend that empathy, but it's like my mind is not allowing me to go there. Like in my heart I want to, but in my mind I can't follow you down that pathway because it's like, and I hear that a lot. I hear that a lot where people are like, when somebody tells me that something, and it's not like let me like because I know there are like disorders, like brain disorders, right? There are like brain disorders or conditions where people can't picture certain things. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean, like people that are like, I can't imagine it. And it's like, I don't understand what you mean when you say that. But then again, but then again, I don't know. But then again, I don't know. I just find that concept to be like, like I just can't, I can't read. I can't get past it. I just can't read. I seriously, genuinely can't get past it. I can't read. What interesting conversation did I join into? The reading conversation where some people don't like to read, which is fine. Just like, you know, maybe stay away from me specifically. Maybe just stay away from puppkats specifically. I just find it so easy to imagine stuff like if someone's like picture an apple, like it's in my head. Like it's already in my head. Like I see a delicious red apple that I would like sink my teeth into. You know, like when I think about like imagine a grassy plain, like I see it in my head. Imagine a beach. The beach is there. Like I can't even, like I'm on it. Like I'm there. Like when someone describes something in a story, like my mind, honestly, I don't actually have the reversed issue of some people where some people like reading graphic novels because it gives them an idea of like what characters should look like. I fucking hate reading graphic novels sometimes because like my mind is better. Like my mind is better than anything that you could show me on that paper. I'm so sorry to you. I'm so sorry to you. Like, what's happening up here? It's delicious up here. And I talked about this when we were reading The Hunger Games, because like in my head and on a lot of people's heads before the movie came out, like Katniss Everdeen was like indigenous. Like in my head, Katniss Everdeen was like indigenous, like olive skin. Like I was like, oh yes, yes, I see it, I see this. And then I watch fucking adaptation. I'm like, who is this white woman? This white woman. It's like, who is this? Who is this? This is not my Katniss. Like my mind was greater than what the casting director could have provided. Like my mind had it based off of the description that was given to me. In the book, they say she's olive skinned, damn near black hair. Who is that white woman? I don't know her. Never met her in my life. Still like those movies though, but it's just like in my head, it's like, oh, everything's so good, and then like an adaptation could like ruin it because it's like not as good, you know? But then again, I'm trying to think of like an adaptation that was like better in my head or like better on the screen, but there isn't one. There isn't one. Oh, Peter Malark. Peter Malark is better in the movies. He is, because he's blue-eyed in the books, and I disagree with that assessment. He's better. I disagree. He should have brown eyes. Big, beautiful brown eyes. I disagree. That's better. That's the one casting decision that I agree with. Yeah, and I never read Harry Potter, so I can't really speak on Harry Potter. You maybe want an apple? Go get an apple. I had the juiciest strawberry the other day. I want strawberries so bad. I honestly wanted to go take a trip to the grocery store just for strawberries. I had the strawberry on top of like this Belgian waffle. I would have like stick to the book. Actually, I disagree. I sometimes you have to change things. Sometimes you have to change things. I'm like 50-50 on that statement, because like I agree. Okay, I'm just gonna keep using the Hunger Games example because I'm already thinking about it, but like in terms of like the Hunger Games, right, for Katniss Everdeen, like it definitely should have been played by an indigenous or indigenous presenting individual, just because of the way that Katniss Everdeen is written, and the way that they describe her in comparison to the rest of her family. Like she's very clearly inspired by indigenous slash native culture. However, when it comes to like Peeta Mellark, so you agree to disagree? I'm 50-50 on it. I think it just depends on the adaptation. Like it depends on the adaptation. Because when it comes to Peeta Mellark, him having blue eyes would be so disorienting. Because like when you watch the movie, like it actually does make a difference that his eye, like every time I think about it when I watch the movies, I'm like, I can't believe they were gonna give him blue contacts, because he would look batshit insane. Like sometimes blue eyes are too much. Like he would look batshit insane. Giles Hutcherson has like such pretty like brown eyes, and like Peeta Mellark is a very soft character. And I'm not saying that people with blue eyes can't be soft, but like let's talk about just like visual aesthetics of a character translating. The brown eyes translates better to his character. So like it does actually make it. I'm actually glad they changed it. I'm glad they changed it. Because him and those blue eyes would have been fucking crazy in some scenes. Like, oh, especially in the second book. Like when they have like that high saturation, and I think about those blue eyes in that scene, it would be scary. He would look scary. He would look terrifying. He would look terrifying. So I think it just depends on the adaptation. Like it's a case by case basis. Because like sometimes things don't translate. Like I understand the character reason for Peeta Mellark having blue eyes, because in the book, and why he's like white and blonde, like very white, pale and blonde, because he fits more with like the upper class of the District 12s that are able to like be like, yeah. A lot of white people, which is similar to Katniss's mother, who is also from the upper class before she married down. because she married your father. So like there's a reason why he has the features that he does, but it just isn't going to translate to the movie. So because they don't really talk about skin color in the movies, so it would have never translated in the same way as it did in the book. Skin color, physical appearance in the same way that they do in the book. So I'm like, you know, it depends. It depends. It depends. I'm trying to think of like adaptations now. I never watched the Percy Jackson adaptation because I don't want to. I didn't watch it, so I have no idea how that was. Adaptations. Now I'm trying to think. What are some good adaptations? I guess Lord of the Rings, but to be honest, I don't remember the Lord of the Rings books. I'm gonna be honest with you. I read them. I'm never reading them ever again. Don't even ask me to read any of these books because it's never gonna happen. It's actually never gonna happen. Lord of the Rings, I genuinely don't remember a damn thing that happened. I have The Hobbit somewhere in my library and I don't even know where it is. I have like all of the books somewhere. I have no idea where they are. Yeah, most adaptations, but I will say, like, as a general rule, that like most adaptations sticking to the book is a good thing. Like, I would prefer the adaptation stick to the book, but I also believe that sometimes it can be a case by case basis. Like, sometimes it just depends. I don't even like think of like Lord of the Rings as like a book. I just think about it like as a movie series, so I guess that really is a good adaptation. Yeah, like Harry Potter is like one of the number one adaptations. I would actually like to read Harry Potter. I have the first book in my library, but I think I'm just gonna donate it in my next round of donations. Because every time I think about it, I'm like, I really don't even know if it's worth me like getting into this fucking book series. Like I don't even think it's worth me starting this goddamn book series. I really don't. Oh, the Chronicles of Narnia would be a good read. Oh damn, that would actually be a good read. Aren't they remaking the Chronicles of Narnia? That would be a good one. I've read the Chronicles of Narnia like forever ago. I read that one like forever ago. I thought they were doing another one. Oh yeah, they are. Brand new. Netflix is doing a brand new live action with Greta Gerwig. Yes, I thought so. In 2025, this year. That honestly might be on the puppkats book reading list. That might be there. That one might be there. I haven't read it in a really long time. That one might be on the list. That one, after this book, that one might be on the list. I forgot about the Chronicles of Narnia. I forgot about that one. That's like, it is a good book series. I forgot about that one. That one might be on the list. Completely forgot about it. Let me bookmark that. That one might be on the list. On the list. Yeah. Yeah, I do want to read. Well, I did in the past want to read Harry Potter, but every time I look into Harry Potter and I'm like, let me look into this, I uncover like another layer of like Harry Potter lore that like pisses me off. Cover like another layer of Harry Potter lore that just makes me so mad. Makes me so upset. I watched this video by a content creator that went kind of viral for her skits regarding her pretending to be like kind of the worst people of all time. She like actively just pretends to be like these awful people that you've met I used to own that book and it's dense. I'll look into it before I start reading it. We might decide, because if it's too dense, then I'm not gonna read it on stream. What was it? Also, thank you for the thirsty, the pull on and the right of my check. I'm gonna do that in a second. Yeah, it's by Caroline Easom. And it's called Top 30 Worst Characters in Harry Potter. And I watched it just on a whim the other day because I was like, oh, this got recommended to me. I was like, okay, let's see. Let's see. And she listed every single fucking character in the book. I was like, this is every character. It's like, oh, oh. Jump scare. It's like, oh, everybody's on this list and nobody's good. Nobody's good on this list. Oof. And I think that like solidified it for me. I was like, damn, I'm never gonna be able to get into this Harry Potter thing. I guess I'm just going to the Harry Potter world. That's it. That's all I know. Why do I smell like something burning? I'm not cooking anything. Something smells like it's burning. Yeah. Okay. Let me do my finger cracks first, actually. Pinky. Ring finger. Middle finger. Pointer finger. And thumb. I would highly recommend that video if you like hearing. It's 4 hours long. If you like watching like long form content, where it feels like it's your best friend on FaceTime, like kind of ranting to you, I highly recommend. I watched it in like one sitting. I like watching 4 hour long videos, so I'd highly recommend that. I also just like that content creator because they speak out a lot for child exploitation on the internet, which is so important. Thanks much. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, maybe Narnia. Maybe. Mayhaps Narnia. I mean, it's never gonna be The Hobbit. It can never be The Hobbit. I do like watching. Oh, next we're gonna read Dracula and then have a Nosferatu watch party. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna read Dracula, followed up by Nosferatu watch party. The original first, of course, and then we have to watch the adaptation right after, back to back. I do like watching or like reading books that have adaptations because I like seeing how people translate it. Okay, we're not gonna be doing that though, I promise. I don't think I can ever watch Nosferatu ever again. It was a lot. It was a lot of a movie. It's too much, one might say. Okay. Hell yeah, no, we're never reading Dracula. We're not reading Dracula anytime soon. Actually, I've never read the original Dracula story, so I don't even know what's in there. By Bram Stoker. Oh, Stoker. That was a freaky movie for sure. It was freaky, and then it was also like, I have nothing wrong with freakiness. The necrophilia was a lot for me personally, and people were like, I can't believe you have a problem with the necrophilia. I don't have a problem with it artistically. I just think that like emotionally, why are you doing that to me? Like, emotionally, I don't want to see that. Emotionally, I don't want to see Nosferatu's penis. Emotionally. Like, emotionally, do I want to see Nosferatu's penis? No. And then people are like, you're not a real monster fucker if you don't want to fuck Nosferatu. Which, that was one of the craziest discourses that have ever come out of Nosferatu, if I'm gonna be completely honest. That shit actually made me mad. Because people are like, fake monster fuckers walk around us that keep talking about wanting to fuck monsters. They keep wanting to fuck monsters, but then they don't want to fuck Nosferatu. I don't have to fuck every single monster. I can have taste. I can have taste. Oh, so you like men? You want to fuck every man that you see? I don't think so. You like women? You want to fuck every woman that you see? Huh? No. You want to fuck every NB that you see? No. I don't want to fuck every single monster that I see. Why am I not allowed to have a preference when it comes to monsters? Nosferatu is ugly. He's gross. I don't want him. Old ass vampire. He's Dracula. I mean, that's what Nosferatu is, essentially. If you're like, who even is Nosferatu? So like back in the day, so back in the day, they were like, man, we really want to make a movie about Dracula, but we can't because it has copyright on it. So let's just take all the elements from Dracula. And they literally took it, like, they took all of the elements from the original story of Dracula, and they were like, we're gonna change the names. We're gonna change up some stuff. And then they made Nosferatu. He's basically Dracula. That's the whole thing. And that's not to say that, like, he's like a ripoff. That's literally how he got made. Like, he's his own identity, like he's his own thing, but that's literally how that character came to be. That's literally how that character came to be. They were like, we really want to do Dracula, but we can't do Dracula, so let's do Dracula legally. Let's do it legally by stealing everything and changing all the names. I'm joking, of course. You can take elements and make it your own thing. Yeah, I mean, it was a beautifully done movie, but it's like the entire movie, and again, movies don't have to make you feel good. I just want to start off by saying that, like, movies don't have to make you feel good. Movies are an art form. They can make you feel uncomfortable, they can make you feel sad, they can make you feel angry. A movie does not have to have a happy ending for it to be a good movie. It's just, for me, I need to see all that. I actually could have gone without this viewing. For me, I'm not in the mind space of watching things that are gonna make me sad, and I was like kind of sad after watching that. So I was like, damn, actually that was not the time for me to be watching Nosferatu. In this moment in time, 2025, that was not the time for me to be watching this movie. That's just me though. Like, some people like watching sad things. I'm not in the mood right now to be watching anything sad, and I did not know, because I've actually never seen the original. I know Nosferatu, I know the character of Nosferatu, but I've never seen the original movie. Because I mean, it's old as fuck. I'm not watching that. Like, the one time I watched like a movie that, because I didn't go to film school, but I got like really big into film in my younger years, and like I kind of fucking hated it. I kind of fucking hated going to like film classes. I kind of really fucking hated it. Because like, they would show me a movie and they'd be like, wasn't that the best thing you've ever seen? And I'd be like, no, this movie was ass. Like, no, it sucked. And like, Nosferatu was like on a list of things that we could have watched, and I was like, I'm not watching that shit. And instead, I think we watched what's that famous movie? Hold up, I have to look it up now. Citizen Kane. We watched Citizen Kane, and I was actually very happy that by the end of it, my professor at the time was like, didn't that movie suck? And I was like, yes. Because like, sometimes a movie can be like, like technically sound can be like groundbreaking for the time, right? But like that does not mean that it's like a good movie. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if anybody's ever watched Citizen Kane, but I stand by the fact that that movie is dog water, and I'm not saying that, again, it's not revolutionary for cinematography and film and all of these things. That shit, like, I was so happy my professor, because I thought he was gonna be like, this movie is fantastic, amazing. Instead, he was like, yeah, you're not, nobody here is gonna like any moment of this, but we're gonna sit here and watch it all. And I was so fucking bored. I was like, what the fuck is happening? What is this parrot? I was like, what is all of this? Oh, this movie sucks. This movie sucks. This movie fucking sucks. I had to do a lot of movies like that for a lot of film classes that I took, where I was like, oh, this movie sucks. And again, like, there's a lot of movies that are like technically amazing, like, and I don't mean like technically as in like it's technically good. No, I mean like literally like technology, like technically fantastic. Like, oh my god, this changed the game for what we can do with cinema. But it's like, bro, ain't nobody trying to see that right now. Like, let's put on Transformers now. I actually haven't watched a Transformers movie in like so long, except for Transformers 1. I'd rather watch Sonic 3. Put that shit on. Let's put on Family Guy compilations. Like, turn this shit on. I don't even like Family Guy. The real winner is American Dad. If you know, you know. People that prefer Family Guy, I disagree with you. And you should also stay away from me. American Dad is the actual show. American Dad is the real one in that competition. Anyway. Anyway, my love of American Dad is like not what this stream is about. This stream is actually and factually, oh my god, I thought something was playing. Actually and factually about reading American Gods, which I'm now gonna get into. I actually don't even know if it's long or short because I'm scared. This man, Hatsune Miku, this man, Neil Gaiman. Sometimes I see a couple of chapters in here and I'm like, this could be 80 streams, to be honest. As always, if you're not already comfy, get as comfy as you want to be, get as comfy as you need to be, whichever way sounds good for you. Whether that just be lying down, whether it be comfy in your bed, whether it be sitting up in a chair, however you want to be, get as comfortable as you want to be. I'm going to be talking a lot. I like talking because this is a book club. If you're like, damn pup, just read the book, this is not the stream for you. I'm going to pause a lot. I'm going to like stop when I feel like it's relevant for me to stop. Because I want to say something or make a joke about something. If that's not your cup of tea, then I'm not the streamer for you, and that's totally fine. Just don't expect me not to do that. There's your warning. There is your warning. American Gods. Wow. It has this fuck ass picture of this man. This fuck ass picture of him. And this is before the book actually starts, but there's a little quote with a picture, and it's the picture that's on the cover, which is like a dark road with some lightning and a mysterious figure off in the distance, too small to make out. And I'll read it for you here. The quote says, "All we have to believe with is our senses, the tools we use to perceive the world, our sight, our touch, our memory. If they lie to us, then nothing can be trusted. And even if we do not believe, then still we cannot travel in any other way than the road our senses show us. And we must walk that road to the end." Ominous. Well, we got a lot of chapters in there. Ooh, okay. Okay, damn, okay. It's a lot. Ooh, I'm just gonna get into it. Normally I read what's like on the cover, but honestly, there's not really anything on the cover. It just says this is a good book. That's it. I don't want to give the summary. I don't want to give the summary because we're gonna get into it. So, part 1: Shadows. Chapter 1: The boundaries of our country, sir? Why, sir, on the north we are bounded by Aurora Borealis. On the east we are bounded by the rising sun. On the south we are bounded by the procession of the equinoxes. And on the west by the day of judgment. Quoted from the American Joe Miller's chess book. Shadow had done 3 years in prison. He was big enough and looked, don't fuck with me enough, that his biggest problem was killing time. So he kept himself in shape and taught himself coin tricks and thought a lot about how much he loved his wife. The best thing, in Shadow's opinion, perhaps the only good thing about being in prison, was a feeling of relief. The feeling that he'd plunged as low as he could plunge and he'd hit rock bottom. He didn't worry that the man was going to get him because the man had got him. He was no longer scared of what tomorrow might bring because yesterday had brought it. To be honest, I was not expecting his name to be Shadow. I was like, oh my god, I love Shadow. I love Shadow the Hedgehog. I had that exact same thought. I was like, oh my god, I love Shadow. It did not matter, Shadow decided. If you had done what you had been convicted of or not, in his experience, everyone he met in prison was aggrieved about something. There was always something the authorities had got wrong. Something they said you did when you didn't. Or you didn't do quite like they said you did. What was important was that they had gotten you. He had noticed it in the first few days, when everything, from the slang to the bad food, was new. Despite the misery and the utter skin-crawling horror of incarceration, he was breathing relief. Shadow tried not to talk too much. Somewhere around the middle of year 2, he mentioned his theory to Low-Key Lysmith, his cellmate. His name is Low-Key? Wait a minute. His name is Low-Key. That's his name. Okay, it's making me sweat. Low-Key. I was like, did I read that right? Yeah. It's like, what? I was like, that sounds like a joke that I would make. What's the for? I'm like sweating, sorry. I had to adjust myself. No, it's not low key, it's low, like down low, and key, like a lock and key, like low key. That's why I was like, did I read that right? His name is Low Key. Low space key, that's his name. Mr. A low key, like down low, low key. High key and low key. That's his name. That's his name. That's his name. His name is Low-Key Lysmith. Low-Key who was a grifter from Minnesota, smiled his scarred smile. Yeah, he said, that's true. It's even better when you've been sentenced to death. That's when you remember the jokes about the guys who kicked their boots off as the noose flipped around their necks, because their friends always told them they'd die with their boots on. Is that a joke? Asked I almost said as Sonic, as Shadow. I'm like, I gotta stop thinking about Shadow the Hedgehog. I literally almost called him Sonic. Ooh, lock in. Is that a joke? Asked Shadow. Damn right. Gallows humor. Best kind there is. When did they last hang a man in this state? Asked Shadow. How the hell would I know? Eli Smith kept his orange, blonde hair pretty much shaved. You could see the lines of his skull. Tell you what, though. This country started going to hell when they stopped hanging folks. No gallows dirt, no gallows deals. Shadow shrugged. He could see nothing romantic in a death sentence. If you didn't have a death sentence, he decided, then prison was, at best, only a temporary reprieve from life for two reasons. First, life creeps back into prison. There are always places to go further down. Life goes on. And second, if you just hang in there, someday they're going to have to let you out. Do you think we are reading Shadow X Sonic fanfic? Do you think that in your heart? Because I don't believe you think that in your heart. I don't believe you think that in your heart. Did you hear about Shadow the Hedgehog penetrating Sonic? No. Did you hear that? Because that's the only type of fanfic I'm reading, so if you didn't hear that, then... If you don't hear penetration, then clearly... Clearly. Like, I think that in my heart. Fair. Well, I'll give you the heads up. I only read explicit fanfic. If they aren't fucking, then I don't want it. I only read explicit anything if nobody's fucking. I literally don't want it. Like, I don't even want them to kiss. Are they gonna have sex at some point? No, then I don't want it. My only exception is if one of the characters are asexual. That's it. Otherwise, are they gonna have sex? Then don't hand it to me. I don't want it. I don't want it. Ego Ratatouille. I think about ego all the time. I think about ego all the time. Right. What does he say? If it doesn't have sex in it, then I'm not reading it. I'm not reading it. If I don't like it, then I'm not gonna swallow it. Is essentially what that is. I mean, like, what's the point? I know this isn't like an aside, and it's like we're just talking about hanging a man, but like, also trigger warning for this book. I have no idea what's gonna come up in it. It's called American Gods. It's written by Neil Gaiman. We're gonna call it Hatsune Miku because I don't want to talk about that man. And if you're like, why don't you want to talk about Neil Gaiman? Do your own research. Type in his name, featured / controversy, type that in. You're gonna find all of his crimes. He's a horrible person. I do not promote him in any way, shape, or form. But however, I did want to read this book, so we're just gonna have to like settle with those two discrepancies. Forgot what I was gonna say here. Oh yeah, but it's like, if I'm reading like fan fiction, I'm already here. Like, why am I not also reading about them fucking? Like, I'm already here. Like, I'm already here. It's like being at like an Olive Garden and not getting the fucking pasta. It's like I'm already here, like clearly. Clearly. I'm gonna peruse the rest of it. Okay, let me lock in. Let me lock in. Thank you for the follow. Thanks so much. I hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. I really do mean that. I forgot that I don't even have like my book up. I haven't done a book reading stream in like so long. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. I gotta have the book to let people know that I'm actively reading a book. Otherwise, how are people gonna know that I'm actively reading a book? There we go. I like them to be on my eyeballs. Alright, let me lock in. No more talking about porn. Alright, let me lock in. At least for a couple pages. I can't tune in today, but I love your model. You already seem really entertaining, so I'll watch next time. Yeah, chat, no more porn. No more conversation about Shadow the Hedgehog. No more conversation about Sonic the Hedgehog. You know that's my hyperfixation right now. Specifically, Sonic X Shadow is my hyperfixation right now. You can't talk about it, okay? I'm like really obsessed. I get obsessed with Shadow the Hedgehog every year, and right now it's really bad, so you're gonna distract me if I like hear it in chat, so don't do that. You're gonna distract me. I know it's really bad because I can't stop thinking about Shadow the Hedgehog. It's like really bad. Like my wallpaper on my tablet, I like changed it. It's like Shadow the Hedgehog. It's like Sonic and Shadow. It's like I can't stop thinking about the both of them. It's like really bad. I'm like, oh, it's like tablet territory. It's like wallpaper territory. It's really bad. But thank you. I hope you do tune into another stream whenever you can show up. Let me lock in though. I'm gonna ignore chat. In the beginning, it was too far away for Shadow to focus on. Then it became a distant beam of hope, and he learned how to tell himself this too shall pass when the prison shit went down, as prison shit always did. One day, the magic door would open and he'd walk through it. So he marked off the days on his Songbirds of North America calendar, which was the only calendar they sold in the prison commissary, and the sun went down. And he didn't see it, and the sun came back up, and he didn't see it. He practiced coin tricks from a book he found in the wasteland of the prison library, and he worked out, and he made lists in his head of what he'd do when he got out of prison. Shadow's lists got shorter and shorter. After 2 years, he had it down to 3 things. First, he was going to take a bath, a real long, serious soak, in a tub with bubbles. Maybe read the paper, maybe not. Some days he thought one way, some days the other. Second, he was going to towel himself off, put on a robe, maybe slippers. He liked the idea of slippers. If he smoked, he would be smoking a pipe about now, but he didn't smoke. He would pick up his wife in his arms. Puppy, she would squeal in mock horror and real delight. What are you doing? He would carry her into the bedroom and close the door. They'd call out for pizzas if they got hungry. Third, after he and Laura had come out of the bedroom, maybe a couple of days later, he was going to keep his head down and stay out of trouble for the rest of his life. And then you'll be happy? Asked low-key Lysmith. That day, they were working in the prison shop, assembling bird feeders, which was barely more interesting than stamping out license plates. Call no man happy, said Shadow, until he is dead. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Herodotus? Herodotus? Said Loki. Hey, you're learning. Who the fuck's Herodotus? Asked the Iceman slutting. Because I was thinking the same thing. I was like, what the fuck? It's like, what the fuck? It's like, I'd never heard that goddamn name. I was like, oh, I'm out of shape in Greek. I was like, damn. It's like, I don't know who the fuck that is. Who the fuck's Herodotus? Asked the Iceman, slotting together the sides of the bird feeder and passing it to Shadow, who bolted and screwed it tight. Dead Greek, said Shadow. My last girlfriend was Greek, said the Iceman. The shit her family ate, you would not believe. Like rice wrapped in leaves, like shit like that. The Iceman was the same size and shape as a Coke machine, with blue eyes and hair so blonde it was almost white. He had beaten the crap out of some guy who made the mistake of copying a feel off his girlfriend in the bar where she danced, and the Iceman bounced. The guy's friends had called the police, who arrested the Iceman and ran a check on him, which revealed that the Iceman had walked from a work release program 18 months earlier. So what was I supposed to do? Asked the Iceman, aggrieved, when he had told Shadow the whole sad tale. Ooh, the whole sad tale. Ooh, could not get those words out. I told him she was my girlfriend. Was I supposed to let him disrespect me like that? Was I? I mean, he had his hands all over her. Shadow had said, you tell him, and left it at that. One thing he had learned early, you do your own time in prison. You don't do anyone else's time for them. Keep your head down, do your time. Lysmith had loaned Shadow a battered paperback copy of Herodotus's histories several months earlier. It's not boring, it's cool, he said when Shadow protested that he didn't read books. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's not even funny. Didn't we just have this conversation? Literally just had a whole conversation about people that don't read books, and now the protagonist is like, I don't read. Now the protagonist of the book that we're reading doesn't even read the book. No. I don't read books. That's so funny. I'm so smart. I've never even read this book before. That's really funny. I guess I was meant to read this book. That's actually very funny. Read it first, then tell me it's cool. Shadow had made a face, but he had started to read and had found himself hooked against his will. Greeks, said the Iceman with disgust. And it ain't true what they say about them neither. I tried giving it out, giving it to my girlfriend. Caught me off guard. Let me lock in. Sorry, that caught me really off guard. I gotta sit up for this one. I didn't know what we were about to walk into. I'm gonna restart that entirely. Trigger warning, adult themes. Now I know. Trigger warning for this book, adult themes. If that wasn't clear. Let me start that from the top. Shadow had made a face. but he had started to read and had found himself hooked against his will. Greeks, said the Iceman with disgust. And it ain't true what they say about them neither. I tried giving it to my girlfriend in the ass. She almost clawed my eyes out. Lysmith was transferred one day without warning. He left Shadow his copy of Herodotus. Oh my god. Herodotus. That's hard. That was a hard one. Herodotus. There was a nickel hidden. I have to say something about that last line. I have to say something about that. You know what? Actually, I don't. You don't have to say anything about it. Just keep it moving. There was a nickel hidden in the pages. Coins were not contraband. Coins were contraband. Don't know where that all came from. Coins were contraband. You can sharpen the edges against a stone, slice open someone's face in a fight. Shadow didn't want a weapon. He just wanted something to do with his hands. Shadow was not superstitious. He did not believe in anything he could not see. Still, he could feel disaster hovering above the prison in those final weeks, just as he had felt it in the days before the robbery. There was a hollowness in the pit of his stomach that he told himself was simply a fear of going back to the world on the outside. But he could not be sure. He was more paranoid than usual. And in prison, usual is very and is a survival skill. Shadow became more quiet, more shadowy than ever. He found himself watching the body language of the guards, of the other inmates, searching for a clue to the bad thing that was going to happen, as he was certain it would. A month before he was due to be released, Shadow sat in a chilly office facing a short man with a port wine birthmark on his forehead. They sat across the desk from each other. The man had Shadow's file open in front of him and was holding a ballpoint pen. The end of the pen was badly chewed. You cold, Shadow? Yes, said Shadow. A little. The man shrugged. That's the system, he said. Furnaces don't go on until December the 1st. Then they go off March the 1st. I don't make the rules. He ran his forefinger down the sheet of paper stapled to the inside of the left of the folder. You're 32 years old? Yes, sir. You look younger. Clean living. Says here you've been a model inmate. I learned my lesson, sir. Did you really? He looked at Shadow intently, the birthmark on his forehead lowering. Shadow thought about telling the man some of his theories about prison, but he said nothing. He nodded instead and concentrated on appearing properly remorseful. Says here you've got a wife, Shadow. Her name's Laura. How's everything there? Pretty good. She's come down to see me as much as she could. It's a long way to travel. We write, and I call her when I can. What does your wife do? She's a travel agent. Sends people all over the world. How'd you meet her? Shadow could not decide why the man was asking. He considered telling him it was none of his business, then said, She was my best buddy's wife's best friend. They set us up on a blind date. We hit it off. And you've got a job waiting for you. Yes, sir. My buddy, Robbie, the one I just told you about, he owns the muscle farm, the place I used to train. He says my old job is waiting for me. An eyebrow raised. Really? Says he figures I'll be a big draw. Bring back some old timers and pull in the tough crowd who want to be tougher. The man seemed satisfied. He chewed the end of his ballpoint pen, then turned over the sheet of paper. How do you feel about your offense? Shadow shrugged. I was stupid, he said, and meant it. Good morning. I rushed her, good morning. The man with the birthmark sighed. He ticked off a number of items on a checklist. Then he rifled through the papers in Shadow's file. How are you getting home from here? He asked. Greyhound? Flying home. It's good to have a wife who's a travel agent. The man frowned. The birthmark creased. She sent you a ticket? Didn't need to. Just sent me a confirmation number. Electronic ticket. All I have to do is turn up at the airport in a month and show them my ID and I'm out of here. The man nodded, scribbled one final note. Then he closed the file and put down the ballpoint pen. Two pale hands rested on the gray desk like pink animals. He brought his hands close together, made a steeple of his forefingers, and stared at Shadow with watery hazel eyes. You're lucky, he said. You have someone to go back to. You got a job waiting. You can put this all behind you. You got a second chance. Make the most of it. The man did not offer to shake Shadow's hand as he rose to leave, nor did Shadow expect him to. The last week was the worst. In some ways, it was worse than the whole 3 years put together. Shadow wondered if it was the weather, oppressive, still, and cold. It felt as if a storm was on the way, but the storm never came. He had the jitters and the heebie-jeebies of feeling deep in his stomach that something was entirely wrong. In the exercise yard, the wind gusted. Shadow imagined that he could smell snow on the air. He called his wife Collect. Shadow knew that the phone companies whacked a $3 surcharge on every call made from a prison phone. That was why operators are always real polite to people calling from prisons. Shadow had decided they knew that he paid their wages. Something feels weird, he told Laura. That wasn't the first thing he said to her. The first thing was, I love you, because it's a good thing to say if you can mean it, and Shadow did. Hello, said Laura. I love you too. What feels weird? I don't know, he said. Maybe the weather. It feels like if we could only get a storm, everything would be okay. It's nice here, she said. The last of the leaves haven't quite fallen. If we don't get a storm, you'll be able to see them when you get home. 5 days, said Shadow. 120 hours, And then you come home, she said. Everything okay there? Nothing wrong? Everything's fine. I'm seeing Robbie tonight. We're planning your surprise welcome home party. Surprise party? Of course. You don't know anything about it, do you? Not a thing. That's my husband, she said. Shadow realized that he was smiling. He had been inside for 3 years, but she could still make him smile. Love you, babes, said Shadow. Love you, puppy, said Laura. Shadow put down the phone. Nobody's, the title of the book is in the title. It's also on screen. It's in the title of the stream. When they got married, Laura told Shadow that she wanted a puppy, but their landlord had pointed out that they weren't allowed pets under the terms of the lease. Hey, Shadow had said, I'll be your puppy. What do you want me to do? Chew your slippers, piss on the kitchen floor, lick your nose, sniff your crotch? I bet there's nothing a puppy can do that I can't do. And he picked her up as if she weighed nothing at all and began to lick her nose while she giggled and shrieked. And then he carried her to bed. In the food hall, Sam Fetishizer, Sam. I was like, every single name, I'm like, am I reading that right? Sam Fetishizer, that's his name. That's his name. Sam Fetishizer. Just saw, it's okay. Sam Fetishizer sidled up over his Shadow and smiled, showing his old teeth. He sat down beside Shadow and began to eat his macaroni and cheese. We gotta talk, said Sam. Sam Fetishizer was one of the blackest men that Shadow had ever seen. He might have been 60, he might have been 80, but then again, Shadow had met 30-year-old crackheads who looked older than Sam Fetishizer. This book is taking me out. This book is taking me out. What does he mean by that? Your guess is as good as mine. Like, I was like, does he mean, I guess we're gonna find out. I guess we're gonna find out. I guess we're gonna find out. Said Shadow. Storm's on the way, said Sam. Feels like it, said Shadow. Maybe it'll snow soon. It's not that kind of storm. Bigger storm than that coming. I tell you, boy, you're better off in here than out on the street when the big storm comes. Done my time, said Shadow. Friday, I'm gone. Sam Fetishizer stared at Shadow. Where are you from? He asked. Eagle Point, Indiana. He felt like he was from Indiana. I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking about it and I was like, this character does feel like he's from the Midwest. Like, I was thinking about it this entire time. I was like, this man is from the Midwest. The minute I heard that whole story where he's like, yeah, my friend has a job where we're gonna like have a fight club. Yeah, you're from the Midwest for sure. Yeah. Is it good so far? I mean, we're only like 15 pages into the book. Like, we're like 18 pages in. So, we're not even done with chapter 1 yet. So, I have yet to get a feel. I like it so far. It's 18 pages, not that many pages. Nothing to do but fight. I mean, what the fuck else are you gonna do in Indiana? I had a feeling, I was like, this man is from the Midwest. This man is from the Midwest. Fight and drink and drink and fight. Yes. Yes, can't confirm. Can confirm. As somebody that's been to Indiana, can confirm. Eagle Point, Indiana. You're a lying fuck. You're a lying fuck, said Sam Fetishizer. I mean, originally, where are your folks from? Chicago, said Shadow. You're a lying fuck. Like, damn, I'm trying to eat my mac and cheese. Damn, Sam. Okay. His mother had lived in Chicago as a girl, and she had died there half a lifetime ago. Like I said, big storm coming. Keep your head down, Shadow Boy. It's like, what do they call those things continents ride around on? Some kind of plates? Tectonic plates? Shadow hazard. Hazard. That's it. Tectonic plates. It's like when they go riding, when North America goes skinning into South America, you don't want to be in the middle. You dig me? Not even a little. One brown eye closed in a slow wink. Oh. Don't say I didn't warn you, said Sam Fetishizer, and he spooned a trembling lump of orange jello into his mouth. I won't. Shadow spent the night half awake, drifting in and out of sleep, listening to his new cellmate grunt and snore in the bunk below him. Several cells away, a man whined and howled and sobbed like an animal, and from time to time someone would scream at him to shut the fuck up. Shadow tried not to hear. He let the empty minutes wash over him, lonely and slow. 2 days to go, 48 hours, starting with oatmeal and prison coffee, and a guard named Wilson, who tapped Shadow harder than he had to on the shoulder and said, Shadow, this way. Shadow checked his conscience. It was quiet, which did not, he had observed, in a prison mean that he was not in deep shit. The two men walked, more or less side by side, feet echoing on metal and concrete. Shadow tasted fear in the back of his throat, bitter as old coffee. The bad thing was happening. There was a voice in the back of his head whispering that they were going to slap another year onto his sentence, drop him into solitary, cut off his hands, cut off his head. He told himself he was being stupid. But his heart was pounding fit to burst out of his chest. I don't get you, Shadow, said Wilson as they walked. What's not to get, sir? You're too fucking quiet, too polite. You wait like the old guys, but you're what, 25, 28, 32, sir. And what are you? A blank. I'm not going to read those two things because did I just come back? I'm not going to read those two things because there's actually like two slurs. He basically says like, what are you? Are you an insert this slur, or are you an insert a slur for a Romani individual, which I'm not going to say. Which I don't want to read, so I'm just not going to. But I'm explaining it to give you the context of what he said. Did I just come back? No, you didn't say a slur, Billy. I'm talking about what I just read. In the passage of the book on page 20, he says, Shadow says, 32, sir. And then Wilson says, and what are you? A blank. And then I think it's a slur for, I think it's like a derogatory term for a mentally ill individual. And then there's a slur for a Romani individual. And I don't say either one of those words. I have no idea. I don't know slurs. I'm not the slur, but I'm not the slur dictionary. I just know these are slurs, so I'm not gonna say them. Oh, okay, so we know Wilson sucks. I'm dumb. No, yeah, you didn't say a slur. I'm talking about the book. I'm just explaining why I'm saying blank blank. Oh my god. I just said, I was like, I'm not gonna say this because it has a slur in it. And then, right, I just read the next line. Wilson has to. I hate the police force. Every single one of these books, there hasn't been a single book where the police force is good, huh? Not a single book. There's not a single. I just learned what the R word was, and I didn't see it as a slur, but as a condition. No, it's a slur. it's for sure a slur. It's been a slur for a while. The only context which it's appropriate to use is if you're a pilot. I'm aware, because they still have language. They still have language that uses that in a more informal way. Our word is definitely a slur. It's been a slur. Does it mimic IRL? No, these are words that people use. These are words that, like, a bigoted he wrote this character this way because his character is bigoted. That's why he's using the slur. Like, this police officer is bigoted. That's why he's using the slur. Let me finish the rest of this. Because he says like 2 more slurs. I'm like looking at it. I'm like, he literally says, I was like, I just read the next line. I'm talking about the police. Are the police bigoted? Are the police? Yes, Billy. Yes, definitely. Historically, yes. Historically and currently, yes. Yes. The answer is yes. Very much so. Now I have to read this all over again. I have to start from the beginning. I'm just gonna like back it up, and then we're gonna get through Mr. Wilson and his bigoted dialogue. We're gonna get through all of it. I hope to never see Wilson ever again. To never see this character ever again. It's okay. I'm gonna restart it anyway. What's not to get, sir? You're too fucking. You're too fucking quiet. Too polite. You wait like the old guys, but you're what? 25, 28, 32, sir. And what are you? A blank? A blank? Not that I know of, sir. Maybe. Maybe you got that blank blood in you. Sticking me out. You got that blank blood in you? That's what he asked him. He asked him that. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna explain this next. One. I can say this word because I'm black. I'm not going to say it because this man hits the hard R-E-R on it. He says, do you have black blood in you? Is essentially what he's asking. He's like, do you have black blood in you? But he uses a slur. I can say it. Non-black people cannot say it. He asked him twice. He said, maybe you have the black blood in you. Do you have that black blood in you? Could be, sir. Could be, sir. Shadow says, trying to leave the prison as quickly as possible. Shadow stood tall and looked straight ahead and concentrated on not allowing himself to be riled up by this man. Yeah? Well, all I know is that you fucking spook me. Wilson had sandy blonde hair and a sandy blonde face and a sandy blonde smile. Well, no fucking shit. I didn't get to. He was saying every slur in the book in the first introduction of him, of his character. Yes, I assumed all of this. You leaving us soon? Hope so, sir. They walked through a couple of checkpoints. Wilson showed his ID each time, up a set of stairs, and they were standing outside the prison warden's office. It had the prison warden's name, G. Patterson, on the door in black letters, and beside the door, a miniature traffic light. The top light burned red. Wilson pressed a button below the traffic light. They stood there in silence for a couple of minutes. Shadow tried to tell himself that everything was all right, that on Friday morning he'd be on the plane up to Eagle Point, but he did not believe it himself. The red light went out and the green light went on, and Wilson opened the door. They went inside. Shadow had seen the warden a handful of times in the last 3 years. Once, he had been showing a politician around. Once, during a lockdown, the warden had spoken to them in groups of 100, telling them that the prison was overcrowded, and that, since it would remain overcrowded, they had better get used to it. Up close, Patterson looked worse. His face was oblong. I've never heard somebody's face described that way. That's fucking crazy. Oblong? Blong? Oblong? I think I have to fight you if you say that my face is oblong. I think I have to fight you. Is that? Yeah. I think I have to fight you. That just means that your face is like rectangular, but it's like rectangular with like rounded edges. Like a very long face. Very, very long face. With gray haircut into military style, into military bristle cut. He smelled of Old Spice. Behind him was a shelf of books, each with the word prison in the title. His desk was perfectly clean, except for a telephone and a tear off the page's far side calendar. He had a hearing aid in his right ear. Please sit down. Shadow sat down. Wilson stood behind him. The warden opened a desk drawer and took out a file, placed it on his desk. Says here, you were sentenced to 6 years for aggravated assault and battery. You've served 3 years. You were due to be released on Friday. Oh. Were. Shadow felt his stomach lurch inside him. He wondered how much longer he was going to have to serve. Another year? 2 years? All 3? All he said was, "Yes, sir." The warden licked his lips. "What did you say?" I said, "Yes, sir." Shadow, We're going to be releasing you later this afternoon. You'll be getting out a couple of days early. Shadow nodded, and he waited for the other shoe to drop. The warden looked down at the paper on his desk. This came from the Johnson Memorial Hospital in Eagle Point. Your wife. She died in the early hours of this morning. It was an automobile accident. I'm sorry. Shadow nodded once more. Wilson walked him back to his cell, not saying anything. He unlocked the cell door and let Shadow in. Then he said, "It's like one of them good news, bad news jokes, isn't it? Good news, we're letting you out early. Bad news, your wife is dead." He laughed, as if it were genuinely funny. Shadow said nothing at all. Congrats, nobodies. Numbly, he packed up his possessions, gave most of them away. He left behind Loki's Herodotus in the Book of Coin Tricks, and, with a momentary pang, he abandoned the blank metal disc he had smuggled out of the workshop which had served him for coins. There would be coins, real coins on the outside. He shaved. He dressed in civilian clothes. He walked through door after door, knowing that he would never walk back through them again, feeling empty inside. The rain had just started to gust from the gray sky, a freezing rain. Pellets of ice stung Shadow's face, while the rain soaked the thin overcoat, and they walked toward the yellow ex-school bus that would take them to the nearest city. By the time they got to the bus, they were soaked. 8 of them were leaving, 1,500 still inside. Shadow sat on the bus and shivered until the heater started working, wondering what he was doing, where he would go now. Ghost images filled his head. His imagination was leaving another prison long ago. In his imagination, he was leaving another prison long ago. He had been imprisoned in a lightless room for far too long. His beard was wild, and his hair was a tangle. The guards had walked him down a gray stone stairway and out into a plaza filled with brightly colored things, with people and with objects. It was a market day, and he was dazzled by the noise and the color, squinting at the sunlight that filled the square, smelling the salt, wet air and all the good things of the market. And on his left, the sun glittered from the water. The bus shuddered to a halt at a red light. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. I'm gonna add a little heart in your under. I'm gonna do that right now. The wind howled about the bus, and the wipers sloshed heavily back and forth across the windshield, smearing the city into a red and yellow neon wetness. It was early afternoon, but it looked like night through the glass. "Shit," said the man in the seat behind Shadow, rubbing the condensation from the window with his hand, staring at a wet figure hurrying down the sidewalk. Shadow swallowed. It occurred to him, that he had not cried yet, had in fact felt nothing at all. No tears, no sorrow, nothing. He found himself thinking about a guy named Johnny Larch he'd shared a cell with when he first been put inside, who told Shadow how he'd once got out after 5 years behind bars with $100 and a ticket to Seattle where his sister lived. Johnny Larch had gotten to the airport and he handed his ticket to the woman on the counter, and she asked to see his driver's license. He showed it to her. It had expired a couple of years earlier. She told him it was not valid as an ID. He told her it might not be valid as a driver's license, but it sure as hell was fine identification, and damn it, who else did she think he was if he wasn't him? She said she'd thank him to keep his voice down. He told her to give him a fucking boarding pass or she was gonna regret it, and that he wasn't going to be disrespected. You don't let people disrespect you in prison. Then she pressed a button, and a few moments later, the airport security showed up, and they tried to persuade Johnny Larch to leave the airport quietly, and he did not wish to leave. And there was something of an altercation. The upshot of it all was that Johnny Larch never actually made it to Seattle, and he spent the next couple of days in the town bars, and when his $100 was gone, he held up a gas station with a toy gun for money to keep drinking, and the police finally picked him up for pissing in the street. Pretty soon, he was back inside serving the rest of his sentence, and a little extra for the gas station job. And the moral of this story, according to Johnny Larch, was this: don't piss off people who work in airports. Are you sure it's not something like the kind of behavior that works in a specialized environment such as prison can fail to work and in fact become harmful when used outside such an environment? Said Shadow when Johnny Larch told him the story. No, listen to me. I'm telling you, man, said Johnny Larch. Don't piss off those bitches in the airport. All I can do is laugh. Shadow half smiled at the memory. His own driver's license had months still to go before it expired. Bus station. Everybody out. The building stank of piss and sour beer. Shadow climbed into a taxi and told the driver to take him to the airport. He told him that there was an extra $5 if he could do it in silence. They made it in 20 minutes, and the driver never said a word. Then Shadow was stumbling through the brightly lit airport terminal. Shadow worried about the whole e-ticket business. He knew he had a ticket for a flight on Friday, but he didn't know if it would work today. Anything electronic seemed fundamentally magical to Shadow and liable to evaporate at any moment. Still, he had his wallet back in his possession for the first time in 3 years, containing several expired credit cards and one Visa card, which, he was pleasantly surprised to discover, didn't expire until the end of January. He had a reservation number, and he realized he had the certainty that once he got home, everything would somehow be okay. Laura would be fine again. Maybe it was some kind of scam to spring him a few days early, or perhaps it was a simple mix-up and some other Laura Moon's body had been dragged from the highway wreckage. Lightning flickered outside the airport through the window's walls. Shadow realized he was holding his breath, waiting for something. A distant boom of thunder. He exhaled. A tired white woman stared at him from behind the counter. "Hello," said Shadow. "You're the first strange woman I've spoken to in the flesh in 3 years. I've got an e-ticket number. I was supposed to be traveling on Friday, but I have to go today. There was a death in my family." I'm sorry to hear that." She tapped at the keyboard, stared at the screen, tapped again. "No problem. I've put you on a 3:30. It may be delayed because of the storm, so keep an eye on the screens. Checking any baggage?" He held up a shoulder bag. "I don't need to check this, do I?" "No," she said. "It's fine. Do you have any picture ID?" Shadow showed her his driver's license. It was not a big airport, but the number of people wandering, just wandering, amazed him. He watched people put down bags casually, observed wallets stuffed back. Into pockets, saw purses put down, unwatched, under chairs. That was when he realized he was no longer in prison. Also, though, it's like fucking crazy to like leave your purse, bag unwatched. I take all of my shit with me when I'm at an airport. Personally, like that's just me. Like if I'm at an airport, if I'm traveling by myself, if I'm going to go take a piss, I just give up my seat and I just go take the whole thing with me. I take everything with me. Thank you for the follow. Leaving your bag, it doesn't matter like what country you're in, what culture you have. I just think that's like bad practice. Don't ever leave your bag unattended. You quite literally have no idea who is watching you, and you might think that nobody is watching you. Sometimes people are watching you. Sometimes people are like watching you. No, like I don't want to freak you out, but sometimes people are in fact watching you. Because I had a situation, at least with a friend, where we were being stalked for a moment by this like older guy, and I was telling her the entire time, and she did not believe me because she doesn't notice anything. Like sometimes people are just like watching you. Sometimes people are just watching and waiting. They're waiting till you slip up. So take all your stuff with you if you're at an airport, if you're at a bar, like take your stuff with you if you don't already do that. Don't leave it around, even if you've been to that same place, that same diner, restaurant, cafe 30 million times and you've never had a problem. It just takes one time for somebody to catch you slipping and then you're done. It just takes one. Literally just takes the one time. And did I say thank you for the follow? Thanks much. I added a little heart in your honor. Yep. 30 minutes to wait until boarding. Shadow bought a slice of pizza and burned his lip on the hot cheese. He took his change and went to the phones. He called Robbie at the mussel farm, but the machine picked up. Hey, Robbie, said Shadow. They tell me that Laura's dead. They let me out early. I'm coming home. Then, because people do make mistakes, he'd seen it happen. He called home and listened to Laura's voice. Hi, she said. I'm not here, or I can't come to the phone. Leave a message and I'll get back to you. And have a good day. Shadow couldn't bring himself to leave a message. He sat in a plastic chair by the gate and held his bag so tight he hurt his hand. He was thinking about the first time he had ever seen Laura. He hadn't even known her name then. She was Audrey Burton's friend. He had been sitting with Robbie in a booth at Chi-Chi's when Laura had walked in, a pace or so behind Audrey, and Shadow had found himself staring. She had long chestnut hair and eyes so blue, Shadow mistakenly thought she was wearing tinted contact lenses. She had ordered a strawberry daiquiri and insisted that Shadow taste it, and laughed delightedly when he did. Laura loved people to taste what she tasted. He had kissed her goodnight that night, and she had tasted like strawberry daiquiris, and he had never wanted to kiss anyone else again. I love that. Can't lie. I love that. I love love at first sight because I do believe in love at first sight. People, if you don't believe in love at first sight, that's totally fine. But like, I think people get like really aggressive about it because they're like, I don't believe in love at first sight. How can that be real? Love at first sight might not be true for you, but like it is very true for other people. Just because you are not experiencing something that other people are experiencing doesn't mean that it's not real. Doesn't mean that it's not real. I thoroughly believe in love at first sight because I believe in like wanting to be somebody's friend at first sight. There have been times where it's like I saw somebody and I was like, I want to be your friend so bad. So why wouldn't I? I've never experienced love at first sight because I've never seen somebody and wanted to like, and felt like I fell in love with them, but I wanted to be somebody's friend the minute that I saw them. So like, why wouldn't the same feeling just exist for love? At least that's the way I view it. Also, I'm a romantic, so why wouldn't? So I love that. Never wanted to kiss anyone else again. Shadow's a real lover. Shadow's a real lover. He is. I mean, I knew he was a real lover though because he lets his wife call him puppy. That's a real lover. That's a real lover. Even though, yeah, his wife is dead now. His wife's dead now. Too comfy for real. I'm happy that you're comfy. I would hope you're comfy. yeah, like whenever I talk about like love at first sight or like soulmates and stuff like that, at least, like people get like really uncomfortable. And it's like, if you don't believe that, that's totally fine. There are things that like other people believe in that I personally don't believe in. But like, that doesn't mean that like what I believe in is like silly, you know? I don't like it when people say stuff like that. I think it's like really disrespectful to like my experience. And also it's like, you're not a real lover. You're not a real lover. Like, you don't want to believe in the idea that like, yeah, you found the one. That's so sad. Oh, that's really sad. That's really sad. That makes me sad. But like, again, that's a tangent. A woman announced that his plane was boarding, and Shadow's row was the first to be called. He was in the very back, an empty seat behind him. The rain pattered continually against the side of the plane. He imagined small children tossing down dried peas by the handful from the skies. As soon as the plane took off, he fell asleep. Shadow was in a dark place, and the thing staring at him wore a buffalo's head, rank and furry with huge, wet eyes. Its body was a man's body, oiled and slick. Changes are coming, said the buffalo without moving its lips. There are certain decisions that will have to be made. Firelight flickered from the wet cave walls. Where am I? Shadow asked. In the earth and under the earth, said the buffalo man. You are where the forgotten wait. His eyes were liquid black marbles, and his voice was a rumble from beneath the world. He smelled like wet cow. Believe, said the rumbling voice. If you are to survive, you must believe. Believe what? Asked Shadow. What should I believe? He stared at Shadow, the buffalo man, and he drew himself up huge, and his eyes filled with fire. He opened his spit-flecked buffalo mouth, and it was red inside with the flames that burned inside him under the earth. Everything, roared the buffalo man. The world tipped and spun, and Shadow was on the plane once more, but the tipping continued. In the front of the plane, a woman screamed half-heartedly. Lightning burst in blinding flashes around the plane. The captain came on the intercom to tell them that he was going to try and gain some altitude to get away from the storm. The plane shook and shuddered, and Shadow wondered coldly and idly if he was going to die. It seemed possible, he decided, but unlikely. He stared out of the window and watched the lightning illuminate the horizon. Then he dozed once more and dreamed he was back in prison, and that Loki had whispered to him in the food line that someone had put out a contract on his life, but that Shadow could not find out who or why. And when he woke up, they were coming in for a landing. He stumbled off the plane, blinking into wakefulness. All airports, he thought, look very much the same. It doesn't matter actually. It doesn't actually matter where you are. You are in an airport. Tiles and walkways and restrooms, gates and newsstands and fluorescent lights. This airport looked like an airport. The trouble is, this wasn't the airport he was going to. This was a big airport with way too many people and way too many gates. I have to time out to just say Shadow is completely fucking wrong. As a frequent flyer, as somebody that travels and has been traveling my entire life, all airports are not the same at all. I actually have no idea what he's talking about. All airports do not look the same at all. Like, have you ever been to, like, I don't want to say I don't want to say like very specific airports, but like the airport that you're gonna find in Florida is not the same fucking airport that you're gonna find at like Ohio. Like, those are two different fucking airports. Like, those that's not the same experience at all. I actually have no idea what he's talking about. Especially if you go like overseas. Some of those overseas airports are like nice. They're like really nice. Like really nice. They're like really nice if you internationally travel. They're like really nice compared to like not all airports are made equal. Some of them are actually nightmarish. Some airports are like, actually, we need to get the fuck out of here. We need to get the fuck out of here now. I don't know where we gotta go, but we have to get the fuck out of here because it's scary. It's scary at the airport. And then some of them do just look like an airport, but not all airports are made equal. I have no idea what he's talking about. Let me lock in. Excuse me, ma'am? The woman looked at him over the clipboard. Yes? What airport is this? She looked at him, puzzled, trying to decide whether or not he was joking, then said, St. Louis. I thought this was the plane to Eagle Point. It was. They redirected it here because of the storms. Didn't they make an announcement? Probably. I fell asleep. You'll need to talk to that man over there in the red coat. The man was almost as tall as Shadow. He looked like the father from a 70s sitcom, and he tapped something into a computer and told Shadow to run to a gate on the far side of the terminal. Lock in. Yeah, I'm locking in. Hi, JB. Hi, Al. I'm locking in. I like it. Shoot. I'm getting sleepy though. Not gonna lie. Shadow ran through the airport, but the doors were already closed when he got to the gate. He watched the plane pull away from the gate through the plate glass. The woman at the passenger assistance desk, short and brown, with a mole on the side of her nose, consulted with another woman and made a phone call. Nope, that one's out. They've just canceled it. Then she printed out another boarding card. This will get you there, she told him. We'll call ahead to the gate and tell him you're coming. Thank you for the pets. Thanks much. I don't know how this motherfucker can sleep on a plane that he knows he's not even supposed to be on. Like, what the fuck? It's actually pissing me off. Like, if you fly often, I don't care how fucking tired you are, you should be tracking your fucking flight, because Shadow wasn't even supposed to be on this fucking plane today because he asked them to do a favor and switch his ticket to an earlier ticket a few days early. So if you know you're not even supposed to be on this goddamn plane, why are you sleeping? Lock in. Like, pay attention. He shouldn't even have been sleeping, because then he wouldn't have missed that goddamn second plane. Like, that's like my worst fear, is like missing a flight. Like, it genuinely makes me sick to my stomach to even like think about it. Like, I don't know what he's doing sleeping. You need to be awake, alert for these announcements. Shadow felt like a pea being flicked between 3 cups, or a card being shuffled through a deck. Again, he ran through the airport, ending up near where he had gotten off originally. A small man at the gate took his boarding pass. "We've been waiting for you," he confided, tearing off the stub of the boarding pass. The Shadow's seat assignment, 17D, on it. Shadow hurried onto the plane, and they closed the door behind him. Shadow's geeked. I literally, like, because I've seen it so many times happen, not just to like other family that have missed flights, but also like I've seen it at the airport. Like when I was in a layover, I watched like the biggest freak out of my life as this couple like came to the plane. They came to the gate late, and they were like screaming like bloody murder, because they were like, "What do you mean the plane is taken off?" And like everybody at the airport was like, "Oh," because we all watched it take off. We all watched it take off, and they're like, "No, no, no, no," and it was like, "Yeah, the plane's gone. Like it's gone, gone, gone." Like, you are always better off being at the airport early than you are being late in all circumstances with the airport, especially if you're traveling around a busy season, and that could be any busy season depending on your culture. You need to just be sitting in your fucking chair at the gate like an hour before that shit's supposed to take off. For your own safety, you just need to be in the plane, like be at the gate, as close to that gate as you can be. And you need to be there like an hour before, just sitting there. Otherwise, you run the risk of genuinely missing that flight. And again, if you're the type of person that's like, I show up to the airport like 30 minutes before my flight and I make it every single time, congratulations. I can't live my life like that, but have fun. I can't live my life like that. You're going on the edge, but I can't do that. He walked through first class. There were only 4 first class seats, 3 of which were occupied. More like 2 hours. I would agree with that. I mean, like, personally for me, an hour is fine. I mean, like being like seated, like you have an extra hour seated at the gate. Like just having that hour, in my opinion, is fine. You should be at the airport earlier though. Like at the airport, that's a different conversation. I'm talking about like seated at the gate, like you're at the gate. You should have like an hour before they start boarding, in my opinion. The airport, you should be at the airport like 2-3 hours before your flight. At the airport, it should be like 3, like depending on seasonal stuff too. Like if you're traveling around like Christmas time, you should be at the airport damn near like 3 hours. At some airports, you should be there 4 hours. I see, yeah, because like I've had situations where like I'm so glad that I was there. I was at my gate already seated like an hour beforehand, because they changed everything at the very last minute. Like they changed everything at the last minute. I was like, damn, I'm glad that I'm here. But like, yeah, I mean, in general, I just think you should be at the airport like 2 hours ahead of time anyway. Because if you don't have like TSA pre-check or something, or like TSA global, like you're running a risk. You genuinely are running that fucking risk. Even if you have TSA pre-check, I'm just gonna be honest with you, because I've had my gate, or global, I've had my gate change on me like 10 minutes before the flight was gonna happen, and I was like, I'm glad I'm already at the gate, because then I can just take a leisurely stroll to the next one. I can take a leisurely stroll to the next one and I'm not stressed. If I wasn't already sitting here like an hour early, then it would be a fucking nightmare. That's just me though. Some people like taking that risk. Like, I know a lot of people that don't show up to the airport until like an hour before their flight. Like, at the airport, like they're there on the hour. Like, your flight is about to leave in an hour. I just think that's crazy. Like, you have no idea what could happen. Like, what if TSA decides that day that like you're the check? Like, they do a random check on you. You're down to the wire. You have one Succession episode. That's too much. That's too much. I know a lot of people that are like that. That are like, oh, I'll just show up if my flight is at 1 o'clock, like 1 p.m. I'll show up at noon. That's crazy. You're not even accounting for like traffic on the road. Like, you have no idea like what it's gonna be. The only excuse I could think about is if you live in a really, really small town with a very small airport. Procrastination at its finest. It's not even procrastination. Like, some people like make it a habit where they're like, I don't show up to the airport until like an hour. Because I was talking about this actually with my friend. With one of my friends, and she was like, oh yeah, I don't show up to the airport until like maybe 40 minutes before my flight. And I was like, 40 minutes? Not even the full hour. I was like, 40 minutes. Because I was texting her from the airport the last time I was flying. And I was like, oh, I'm at the airport like 2 hours early. And she was like, why are you at the airport that early? And I was like, so that I don't miss my flight. What do you mean? So that I don't miss it. Like, I'm not trying to be late. I have never, nor will, and never. TSA is too strict and too unpredictable. I mean, that's a decision you're allowed to make. I personally can't ever make that decision. I want to travel. I like traveling. I want to see the world. And it's not like I'm gonna go to certain areas by boat. So I'm not gonna go to certain areas by boat. I'm gonna take a plane. TSA is not that bad, to be completely honest. It's really not that bad. If you're stressed about TSA, just go take a checked bag most of the time. You pay $35, maybe 40 or something. But if you don't travel with a lot of stuff and you're like very minimalistic in your travel, like, you're totally fine. If you don't have piercings or jewelry, you don't wear jewelry often, you're fine. Just pay, honestly, just pay for TSA pre-check, TSA global. It's like, it's good up to like a certain, is it up to like, is it every year? I actually don't know. I don't know if it's every year. It's like every couple of years you have to renew it, but it's a faster checkout service at the airport. You don't have to take off all your clothes and everything like that in your shoes most of the time. And then that's it. I've never had a huge issue traveling, and I like to wear a lot of stuff. It's not that bad. Like, I would say you're good to ride on an airplane. It's genuinely not that bad. Especially if you're like a light traveler. Like, I've started becoming a light traveler, honestly, because like I can't. Like, if I'm flying like on a short trip, I'll just take a bag, like just one bag. It's like a lot. It is actually a lot being a maximalist. But it's like not that difficult. I think I've only ever had like one situation in the past with TSA where they thought that because I kept for some reason I kept triggering the alarm, and they were like, what's on your person? And I was like, not wearing anything, I don't know. So they kept like swabbing me for drugs. Because they were like, they had to do like a full like swab for like, I think cocaine. Because they were like, what is being triggered? But it turns out it was just my outfit. It was just something on my outfit that kept triggering the alarm. It was like something on my sweater. like a tiny, tiny metal piece on my sweater that was like triggering something. So like, oh, there's cocaine in here. I don't know. this person's trying to bring cocaine. But I think that's like the only time I've ever had a situation like that. Other than that, it's been pretty good. Okay, let me read some more. He walked through first class. There were only 4 first-class seats, 3 of which were occupied. The bearded man in the pale suit, seated next to the unoccupied seat at the very front, grinned at Shadow as he got onto the plane, then raised his wrist and tapped his watch as Shadow walked by. Yeah, making you late, thought Shadow. Let that be the worst of your worries. The plane seemed pretty full as he made his way down toward the back. Actually, Shadow found, it was completely full, and there was a middle-aged woman sitting in seat 17D. Shadow showed her his boarding card stub, and she showed him hers. They matched. "And can you take your seat, please?" asked the flight attendant. "No," he said, "I'm afraid I can't." She clicked her tongue and checked their boarding cards. Then she led him back up to the front of the plane and pointed him to the empty seat in first class. "Looks like it's your lucky day," she told him. "Can I bring you something to drink? We'll just have time before we take off, and I'm sure you'll need one after that." "I'd like a beer, please," said Shadow. "Whatever you've got." The flight attendant went away. The man in the pale suit in the seat behind Shadow tapped his watch with his fingernail. It was a black Rolex. "You're late," said the man, and he grinned, a huge grin with no warmth in it at all. "Sorry?" "I said you're late." The flight attendant handed Shadow a glass of beer. For one moment, he wondered if the man was crazy, and then he decided he must have been referring to the plane, waiting for one last passenger. "Sorry if I held you up," he said politely. "You in a hurry?" The plane backed away from the gate. The flight attendant came back and took away Shadow's beer. The man in the pale suit grinned at her and said, "Don't worry, I'll hold on to this tightly." And she let him keep his glass of Jack Daniels while protesting weakly that it violated airline regulations. "Let me be the judge of that, my dear." "Time is certainly of the essence," said the man, "but no. I was merely concerned that you would not make the plane." "That was kind of you." The plane sat restlessly on the ground, engines throbbing, aching to be off. "Kind my ass," said the man in the pale suit. "I've got a job for you, Shadow." A roar of engines. The little plane jerked forward, pushing Shadow back into his seat. Then they were airborne, and the airport lights were falling away below them. Shadow looked at the man in the seat next to him. His hair was a reddish gray. His beard, a little more than stubble, was grayish red. A craggy, square face with pale gray eyes. The suit looked expensive, and it was the color of melted vanilla ice cream. Its tie was dark gray silk, and the tie pin was a tree, worked in silver, trunk, branches, and deep roots. He held his glass of Jack Daniels as they took off and did not spill a drop. "Aren't you going to ask me what kind of job?" he asked. "How do you know who I am?" The man chuckled. "Oh, it's the easiest thing in the world to know what people call themselves. A little thought, a little luck, a little memory. Ask me what kind of job." "No," said Shadow. The attendant brought him another glass of beer and he sipped at it. "Why not?" "I'm going home. I've got a job waiting for me there. I don't want any other job." The man's craggy smile did not change outwardly, but now he seemed actually amused. "You don't have a job waiting for you at home," he said. "You have nothing waiting for you there. Meanwhile, I am offering you a perfectly legal job. Good money, limited security, remarkable fringe benefits. Hell, if you live that long, I could throw in a pension plan. You think maybe you'd like one of them?" Shadow said, "You must have seen my name on the side of my bag." The man said nothing. "Whoever you are," said Shadow, "you couldn't have known I was going to be on this plane. I didn't know I was going to be on this plane, and if my plane hadn't been diverted to St. Louis, I wouldn't have been. My guess is you're a practical joker. Maybe you're hustling something, but I think maybe we'll have a better time if we end this conversation here." The man shrugged. Shadow picked up the in-flight magazine. The little plane jerked and bumped through the sky, making it harder to concentrate. The words floated through his mind like soap bubbles. There, as he read them, gone completely a moment later. The man sat quietly in the seat beside him, sipping his Jack Daniels. His eyes were closed. Shadow read the list of in-flight music channels available on transatlantic flights, and then he was looking at the map of the world with red lines on it that showed where the plane flew. Then he had finished reading the magazine, and reluctantly he closed the cover and slipped it into the pocket. The man opened his eyes. There was something strange about his eyes, Shadow thought. One of them was darker gray than the other. He looked at Shadow. "By the way," he said, "I was sorry to hear about your wife, Shadow. A great loss." Shadow nearly hit the man then. Instead, he took a deep breath. "Like I said, don't piss off those bitches in airports," said Johnny Larch in the back of his mind. "Or they'll haul your sorry ass back here before you can spit." He counted to 5. "So was I," he said. The man shook his head. If it could but have been any other way, he said and sighed. Hi, Godzilla. Hi-yo. I'm tired. But it's good today. She died in a car crash, said Shadow. There are worse ways to die. The man shook his head slowly. For a moment, it seemed to Shadow as if the man was insubstantial, as if the plane had suddenly become more real while his neighbor had become less so. Shadow, he said, it's not a joke. It's not a trick. I can pay you better than any other job you find will pay you. You're an ex-con. There won't be a long line of people elbowing each other out of the way to hire you. Mister, whoever the fuck you are, said Shadow, just loud enough to be heard over the din of the engines, there isn't enough money in the world. The grin got bigger. Shadow found himself remembering a PBS show about chimpanzees. The show claimed that when apes and chimps smile, it's only to bare their teeth in a grimace of hate or aggression or terror. When a chimp grins, it's a threat. Work for me. There may be a little risk, of course, but if you survive, you can have whatever your heart desires. You could be the next king of America. Now, said the man, who else is going to pay you that well? Who are you? Asked Shadow. Ah, yes. The age of information. Young lady, could you pour me another glass of Jack Daniels? Easy on the ice. Not, of course, that there has ever been any other kind of age. Information and knowledge, two currencies that have never gone out of style. I said, who are you? Let's see. Well, seeing that today certainly is my day, why don't you call me Wednesday? Mr. Wednesday. Although given the weather, might as well be Thursday, hey? What's your real name? Work for me? Long enough and well enough, said the man in the pale suit. And I may even tell you that. There, job offer. Think about it. No one expects you to say yes immediately, not knowing whether you're leaping into a piranha tank or a pit of bears. Take your time. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat. I don't think so, said Shadow. I don't like you. I don't want to work with you. Like I say, said the man without opening his eyes. Don't rush into it. Take your time. The plane landed with a bump, and a few passengers got off. Shadow looked out of the window. It was a little airport in the middle of nowhere, and there were still 2 airports to go before Eagle Point. Shadow transferred his glance to the man in the pale suit. Mr. Wednesday? He seemed to be asleep. Impulsively, Shadow stood up, grabbed his bag, and stepped off the plane, down the steps onto the slick, wet tarmac, walking at an even pace towards the lights of the terminal. A light rain splattered in his face. I just want to say the thing that he is not understanding about this situation. How does he know he even has a wife? Like that's the part that's the part I would have questioned. It's like not the fact that this random guy knows your name, it's the fact that he knows that you're married. Like, how does he know that? That's not like information. First of all, how does he know that you're married? And then second of all, how does he know that your wife is dead? Like, even if he had a ring on his finger, right? For him to make that assumption that like you're married to a woman, and then also your wife's dead, that's like 3 assumptions. And Shadow's just like, he ignored that part completely. Shadow's not really a thinker. I'm understanding that. He's not a thinker. Because he's like, yeah, the name. He could have read my name off the back of my bag. But my wife, oh, I mean, that one he just doesn't even. It's like this random man. Could you imagine like sitting next to somebody on an airplane and like they tell you something about yourself? They like, how else would they know that? You've never seen that person in your entire life. Are you puppkats? They sit next to somebody on the airplane. Are you puppkats? You know, puppkats from twitch.tv/puppkats. I would have been questioning that, but it seems like Shadow just wants to go home, so he's not thinking about all of that. Very sad. I feel like it's gonna cost him. Before he went inside the airport building, he stopped and turned and watched. No one else got off the plane. The ground crew rolled the steps away. The door was closed, and it took off. Shadow walked inside, and he rented what turned out, when he got to the parking lot, to be a small red Toyota. Shadow unfolded the map they'd given him. He'd spread it out. He'd spread it out onto the passenger seat. Eagle Point was about 250 miles away. The storms had passed. If they had come this far, it was cold and clear. Clouds scuttled in front of the moon, and for a moment, Shadow could not be certain whether it was clouds or the moon that were moving. He drove north for about an hour and a half. It was getting late. He was hungry. And when he realized how hungry he really was, he pulled off at the next exit and drove into the town of Nottingham. Population 1,301. He filled the gas tank at the Amaco and asked the bored woman at the cash register where he could get something to eat. Jack's Crocodile Bar, she told him. It's west on the county road north. Crocodile Bar. Yeah, Jack says they add character. She drew him a map of the back of the Mauve Flyer, which advertised a chicken roast for the benefit of a young girl who needed a new kidney. He's got a couple of crocodiles, a snake, one of them big lizard things. An iguana? That's him. Through the town, over the bridge, and on for a couple of miles, he stopped at a low, rectangular building with an illuminated Pabst sign. The parking lot was half empty. Inside, the air was thick with smoke, and Walking After Midnight was playing on the jukebox. Shadow looked around for the crocodiles, but could not see them. He wondered if the woman in the gas station had been pulling his leg. "What'll it be?" asked the bartender. "House beer and a hamburger with all the trimmings, fries. Bowl of chili to start. Best chili in the state." "Sounds good," said Shadow. "Where's the restroom?" The man pointed to a door in the corner of the bar. There was a stuffed alligator head mounted to the door. Shadow went through the door. It was a clean, well-lit restroom. Shadow looked around the first room, and around the room first. Force of habit. "Remember, Shadow, you can't fight back when you're pissing," Loki said. Loki, as always, was in the back of his head. He took the urinal stall on the left. Then he unzipped his fly and pissed for an age, feeling relief. He read the yellowing press clipping framed at eye level with the photo of Jack and 2 alligators. There was a polite grunt from the urinal immediately to his right, although he had heard nobody come in. The man in the pale suit was bigger standing than he had seemed sitting on a plane beside Shadow. He was almost Shadow's height, and Shadow was a big man. He was staring ahead of him. He finished pissing, shook off the last few drops, and zipped himself up. Then he grinned, like a fox eating shit from a barbed wire fence. "So," said Mr. Wednesday, "you've had time to think, Shadow. Do you want a job?" Oof, that's not even chapter 1. We're not even done. We're not even done. Oh. This next part is called Somewhere in America. This next part is just called Somewhere in America. It's not even chapter 1. Ooh. Wow. So far, I do like it. I will say that. So far, I do like it. I like Neil Gaiman's style of writing. My issue with him is just that he's a piece of shit. But, like, I do like Neil Gaiman's style of writing. I've been going for 3 hours. Okay. I want to average. I want to go for, like, 4. So, I do have to pee, though. I'm going to go for, like, 4. It's crazy, yeah, talking about pissing. That's crazy. What's crazy? What's crazy about it? The fact that I like it, or the fact that I like the book, or what? Which part is crazy? I like mysteries. I like a mystery. I like the fact that, like, his wife, like, mysteriously dies, like, 48 hours before he was supposed to be released. It's crazy that I like it. Why wouldn't I like it? Do you dislike it? Do you dislike it? I like this book so far. Oh, that it hasn't even ended. Chapter 1. Yeah, this is like the Graveyard Book all over again, where everybody was like, "Pup, you spent 4 hours reading chapter 1," and I was like, "Yeah, that's the whole chapter." Like, if you've ever read the Graveyard Book, or you were here when I was reading it, like, chapter 1 would be like 2 streams. We spent like 2 streams on every chapter, because each chapter was like 50 something pages. Like, it was too much. It was like Graveyard Book. Yeah, the Graveyard Book. That's the name of the book. That's the last book that we read. Actually, that's not the last book that we read. We read Holes last. And so chapter 1 is not even done yet. He just likes doing like a really, really big chapter. That's his whole thing. But I like mysteries. I think it's interesting that like his wife mysteriously dies. What's the title of the book? The last book that we read? Oh my god, I keep saying the last book because I forgot that we read Holes. It's called The Graveyard Book. That's what it's called. I think I read that one in October of 2024. October to November. You're reading that one. Yeah, we were reading that one like October to November. And then we read Holes from November to December. But so far I really like it. Like his wife mysteriously dies. He was literally supposed to be like on a flight for his wife 48 hours and then gets a call from, then obviously they release him early because they're like, your wife is dead, which is just, it's too suspicious because he was also like feeling the vibes. He was like, something bad's gonna happen, which is very suspicious. And he keeps having all these weird dreams regarding animals. Like didn't he have a dream at the beginning? I actually can't remember. I mean, I do remember the buffalo dream. I know we just read it, but like there's a lot of content. But he keeps having these like weird they feel like premonitions or like prophecy type dreams. He had the one on the plane with the buffalo, and the buffalo told him the only way that you're gonna make it through this is if you believe everything, which is interesting. And then he meets a man on a plane who wants to give him a job. Again, I don't understand why he wouldn't be like, how do you know that my wife is dead? How do you know that? Because like if someone told that to me, if I had a wife and somebody was like, I'm so sorry, your wife's dead, it's like, how do you even know my wife is dead? Like, yeah, how do you know me like that? That is apparently my hypothesis right now. That's what I'm getting from that. My hypothesis right now is that this might be like, and I have never read this book in my entire life, so no spoilers because I'm very interested. But like my hypothesis right now is that like I'm getting a feeling like it might be like a we have to go save my wife sort of situation. We might have to go save my wife's soul situation. Like, I don't know, maybe his wife is alive. I don't know, maybe his wife is alive. I don't know, maybe his wife is alive. And but then like why would they kill her? Because that's what I was gonna say earlier, because Mr. Wednesday made a weird comment earlier on the plane where he was like, it didn't have to be this way, but this was the only way. Like, I wish your wife didn't die. Like, I wish it didn't have to be this way, but this was the only way. So like, why was that the only way? Like, what does that even mean? Is this book brand new or years old? What does that matter? What does that matter? I mean, the book is clearly old because they're talking about, I don't know when this book was released, but they're talking about how electronic tickets are brand new. It's just the way that he's even talking about the airport experience is clearly it's older just based off of his airport experience. I mean, I'll Google it for you, but you can also Google things yourself. It's 2000. It came out in 2001. It came out in 2001. Actually interesting because it came out before Coraline. That's crazy. That's actually fucking crazy. He released this and he was like, I gotta do something to scare the kids. And then he released Coraline. It's like, I gotta do something to scare these kids. And literally 2002 Coraline got released. And the Graveyard Book did not come out until like 2008. Now I'm I'm curious about Good Omens. Because, oh, that's old. That one's old. Yeah, that one's old. I thought so. Maybe I'll read that one at some point. Yeah, maybe I'll read that one at some point. I don't know. I really like Good Omens, the TV show. So I've been meaning to get around to reading it at some point. I don't even think it's that long. I think that's just like a personal read though. Like my personal read. It's done in collaboration with Terry Pratchett. I've never read anything from Terry Pratchett before. Okay. So at least like Good Omens, I think I've heard of it. Extremely popular. Like incredibly popular. Good Omens is like massively popular. The TV show is like incredibly beloved. People really like it. I really like it, at least the first season. Has a huge fan base. Massive fan base. It's on Amazon Prime. On Amazon Prime. Yeah, I really like at least the first season of Good Omens. Can't even remember if I watched the second season. And now there's all this controversy because Neil Gaiman fucking sucks. So it's never gonna get a good conclusion, which sucks. Very sad. Very sad. I'm not gonna end the stream. I just have to go pee. I see Doctor Who is in it. Doctor. Yeah, that's my man's right there. That's my man's. David Tennant. Yeah, he's in it. Wow. He's in it. I love David Tennant. He's great. And also, I think there's a strong case to be made that he's one of the best doctors. He's not my favorite doctor, but he's one of the best doctors. Like, hands down. I don't think you can really, like, argue that. I think if you're arguing that, you're incorrect. I did not know he had 5 children. He has 5 kids? Damn. He has 5 kids? A lot. 5 kids? I did not know that. 5 kids? I knew him in Harry Potter. I've never watched Harry Potter, so, well, I didn't even know he was in Harry Potter. I'm not, like, into Harry Potter in any way, shape, or form. I am really big on Doctor Who, though. I love Doctor Who. Except I stopped watching Doctor Who after, like, after the Matt Smith era. I just stopped watching Doctor Who after that. But I've seen David Tennant in, like, a lot of stuff. He's like in a fuck ton of shit. Like, too much stuff, actually. Oh, it's perfect. We're gonna take our ad break so I can actually go pee. I had a feeling. But I'm looking up David Tennant's discography. His regular. Oh my god, he has too many works. I need to end a list. He has too much stuff. It's way too much stuff. It's like way too much stuff. Because I'm trying to think about that other thing that I've seen him in. He's just in a lot of stuff. And he's also like super LGBTQ positive, which I love, like very out and about it. Maybe it's because he's DuckTales. That's what I was thinking about. He's the voice of Scrooge McDuck from DuckTales. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm like, he's in that show that I really like, DuckTales. That's what it is. I mean, I also like Good Omens, but DuckTales, that's more important. It's like way more important. Okay, I'm gonna hit everybody with a BRB. I'm gonna be right back so I can go PEE. Okay. Okay, I am back. I'm back. We're gonna do a little bit more. Actually, I have to cough. Whoa, my gosh. I did not know that David Tennant was Scottish. I also didn't know that he's 53. That's what happens when you're unproblematic. That's what happens when you're unproblematic and you just mind your business and you support cancer research and you support trans people. You know, you just age so gracefully. Because, like, if someone had asked me how old that man was, I would have told you that man was like 40 something. That man is like maybe 30 something, to be honest, depending on the picture you showed me. Because he looks good for 53. His wife needs to hide him. His wife needs to hide him. Because I might just. His wife needs to hide him promptly. His wife should hide him. Don't bring him around me. He's looking a little too good for 53. He's looking a little bit too good. Hide that man. 53. 50. Gil. 53. 53. Oh, 53. Hide him. Can't be showing him on the timeline like that. Welcome back. Thank you. Happy to be back. We're gonna read a little bit more and then I'll wrap up stream because I don't want to do like a 6-hour stream. He's looking good for 53. I actually did not know he was that old. I did not know he's that old. He's like a gilf. That's kind of sexy. It's kind of hot. No, I'm not gonna end stream right now. I mean, unless you're leaving, Billy. Unless you're leaving, Billy, and you're thanking me. I said I'm gonna read a little bit more. Because this is a good place to stop, but I want to have like a 4-hour stream, so I'll go for like another hour. The next time I see the next ad break is when I'll probably like start wrapping things up. I like start wrapping things up around like the next ad break. So a lot of 53-year-olds that are aging that gracefully is all that I'm saying. Is all I need to say about that. Okay, but let's get back into it. We're still in chapter 1, and this part is called Somewhere in America. Somewhere in America. Los Angeles, 11:26 p.m. I have to like sit up. I wanted to say welcome back. Okay. Well, I'm back. Thank you for the welcome. Okay. Los Angeles, 11:26 p.m. In a dark red room, the color of the walls is close to that of raw liver, is a tall woman dressed cartoonishly in too tight silk shorts, her breasts pulled up and pushed forward by the yellow blouse tied beneath them. Her black hair is piled high and knotted at the top of her head. Standing beside her is a short man wearing an olive t-shirt and expensive blue jeans. He is holding in his right hand a wallet and a Nokia mobile phone with a red, white, and blue faceplate. You know that it's old because they're talking about a Nokia cell phone. A Nokia cell phone? A Nokia. In this day and age? A Nokia? Yeah, this was 2000. Nokia. The red room contains a bed, upon which are white satin style sheets and an oxblood spreadsheet. At the foot of the bed is a small wooden table, upon which a small stone statue of a woman with enormous hips and a candle holder. The woman hands the man a small red candle. "Here," she says, "light it." "Me?" "Yes," she says. "If you want to have me." "I should have just got you to suck me off in the car." "Perhaps," she says. "Don't you want me?" First of all, this man is about to get murdered. I bet $100 this man is about to get murdered. Oh yeah, I picked up this woman and she has a statue and a red candle in her hand and and a red candle and a candle holder. And I don't find any of that suspicious. And she's telling me to light it in like some sort of ritual. Hi, Hello Kitty. Cold stuff. That's what it sounds like. I'm making an assumption. I'm making a guess. Let's see if I'm right. Perhaps, she says. Don't you want me? Her hand runs up her body, from her thigh to her breast, a gesture of presentation, as if she were demonstrating a new product. Red silk scarves over the lamp in the corner of the room make the light red. The man looks at her hungrily, and he takes the candle from her and pushes it into the candle holder. You got a light? She passes him a book of matches. He tears off a match, lights the wick. It flickers, and then burns with a steady flame, which gives the illusion of motion to the faceless statue behind it, all hips and breasts. Oh boy, wait, give me a second. I gotta see the content of this next chapter. I'm like, hold up. I gotta see the content of this next chapter real quick. Because I'm deciding whether or not I should read this or leave it be. Sex is about to be explained. Because I'm like, I have a feeling that's where it's going, and I'm like, do I want to read an entire chapter? An entire chapter of it. Let me think. Okay, let me explain to you what just happened. Because let me explain to you what is happening in this chapter, okay? Let me explain to you. Let me read that one more time. Let me explain to you what's happening here. I have to read it myself. That's crazy. That's actually fucking insane. Okay. So here's what happens in this chapter, right? She eats him. Here's what happens in the rest of this chapter after what I just read. He lights the candle. I'm just gonna explain it to you very, very plainly. He lights this candle. He lights this candle. She asks about his name. She tells him her name is Bellaquise with a Q. And then she eats him. Like eats him, devours him entirely. With her vagina. I think that's what I just read. Yeah, so like he disappears inside of her and then she goes to sleep. Then she goes to sleep. At the end, she says, she picks up the phone, the Nokia. It sounds like I'm joking, but like that's literally what just happens. Cause he's not even scared. He's described as not even being scared by what's happening. He's like, I guess this is just what's happening. And that's why I'm laughing. It's not bad. It's just like a lot of like descriptions of a vagina because she eats him with her vagina. She like engulfs him and then he's just gone. And then she picks up the Nokia because the Nokia starts ringing. And then she answers it and is like, nope, whoever you're looking for is gone. And then she turns the phone off. I'll read the last part. It's like she turns the phone off before she flops out of the bed, out onto the bed into the dark room. Then she stretches once more. She closes her eyes and sleeps. That's it. So the only thing you really need to pay attention to is that she devours this man with her vagina. That's all you need to know. This woman is I don't know, she's not a murderer. Well, she is. She killed him. He's dead. Gone. Reduced to ash, I think. I don't know. Reduced to ash. Reduced to ash. I'm rereading it again because I'm really curious. A demon. No. Excuse me, don't rope this woman with me. Don't rope this woman with me. I'm reading it again because he talks about how his chest is like, it's like constricting because he's inside. He's like being swallowed up by her. So I think the only important thing you need to know about that chapter is that there is this woman called Bellaquis. Let me go look. Bellaquis. Bilquis. I think it's Bilquis. Because this has the sound. There's this woman called Belquiz. She's very tall. And she eats, at this point, men with her vagina. That's all you need to know at this point in time. That was what that chapter was, somewhere in the US. That's what's happening. Now, how is that going to relate to this man? I don't know. I don't know. But we're gonna find out because we just hit chapter 2. Chapter 2. I don't know how that's gonna relate, but I'm sure Neil Gaiman will explain it to me at some point. I'm sure they'll have a confrontation. Because it doesn't seem like this guy's gonna cheat. Because this guy, he loves his wife even if she's dead. And he already said, I don't want to kiss anybody else but my wife. I don't even want to think about anybody else but my wife. He's a wife guy. So I don't know what's happening with her. But let's read a little bit of chapter 2. Like I said, I'm going to keep reading up until the next ad break, and then I'm going to wrap things up. Chapter 2. They took her to the cemetery in a big old Cadillac. They took her to the cemetery, but they did not bring her back. Quoted from an old song. I have taken the liberty, said Mr. Wednesday, washing his hands in the men's room of Jack Crocodile's bar, of ordering food for myself to be delivered to your table. We have much to discuss, after all. I don't think so, said Shadow. He dried his own hands on the paper towel and crumpled it, and dropped it into the bin. You need a job, said Wednesday. People don't hire ex-cons. You folk make them uncomfortable. I have a job waiting, a good job. Would that be the job at the mussel farm? Maybe, said Shadow. Nope, You don't. Robbie Burton's dead. Without him, the muscle farm's dead too. You're a liar. Of course. And a good one. The best you'll ever meet, but I'm afraid I'm not lying to you about this. He reached into his pocket and produced a folded newspaper and handed it to Shadow. Page 7, he said. Come on back to the bar. You can read it at the table. Shadow pushed open the door, back into the bar. The air was blue with smoke, and the Dixie cups were on the jukebox singing Eco Eco. Shadow smiled, slightly, in recognition of the old children's song. I've never heard that children's song in my entire life. The barman pointed to the table in the corner. There was a bowl of chili and a burger at one side of the table, a rare steak and a bowl of fries laid in the place across from it. Look at my king, all dressed in red. Eco Eco all day. I bet you $5 he'll kill you dead. Giacomo Fino, nay. Shadow took his seat at the table. He put the newspaper down. This is my first meal as a free man. I'll wait until I've eaten to read your page 7. Shadow ate his hamburger. It was better than prison hamburgers. The chili was good, but he decided, after a couple of mouthfuls, not the best in the state. Laura made great chili. She used lean meat, dark kidney beans, carrots cut small, a bottle or so of dark beer, and freshly sliced hot peppers. She would let the chili cook for a while and then add red wine, lemon juice, and a pinch of fresh dill. And finally, measure out and add her chili powders. On more than one occasion, Shadow had tried to get her to show him how she made it. He would watch everything she did, from slicing the onions and dropping them into the olive oil at the bottom of the pot. He had even written down the recipe ingredient by ingredient, and had once made Laura's chili for himself on a weekend when she had not been in town. It had tasted okay. It was certainly edible, but it had not been Laura's chili. The news item on page 7 was the first account of his wife's death that Shadow had read. Laura Moon, whose age was given in the article as 27, and Robbie Burton, 39, were in Robbie's car on the interstate when they swerved into the path of a 32-wheeler. The truck brushed Robbie's car and sent it spinning off the side of the road. The rescue crews pulled Robbie and Laura from the wreckage. They were both dead by the time they arrived at the hospital. Shadow folded the newspaper up once more and slid it back across the table towards Wednesday, who was gorging himself on a steak so bloody and so blue it might have never been introduced to a kitchen flame. Here, take it back, said Shadow. Robbie had been driving. He must have been drunk, although the newspaper account said nothing of this. Shadow found himself imagining Laura's face when she realized that Robbie was too drunk to drive. The scenario unfolded in Shadow's mind, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Laura shouting at Robbie, shouting at him to pull off the side of the road. Then the thud of the car against the truck, and the steering wheel wrenching over. The car on the side of the road, broken glass glittering like ice and diamonds in the headlights, blood pooling like rubies on the road beside them. Two bodies being carried from the wreck or laid neatly by the side of the road. "Well?" asked Mr. Wednesday. He had finished his steak, devoured it like a starving man. Now he was munching the French fries, spearing them with his fork. "You're right," said Shadow. "I don't have a job." Shadow took a quarter from his pocket, tails up. He flicked it up in the air, knocking it against his finger as it left his hand, giving it a wobble as if it were turning, caught it, and slapped it down on the back of his hand. "Call," he said. "Why?" asked Wednesday. "I don't want to work for anyone with worse luck than me. Call." "Heads," said Mr. Wednesday. "Sorry," said Shadow, without even bothering to glance at the quarter. "It was tails. I rigged the toss." "Rigged games are the easiest ones to beat," said Wednesday, wagging his finger at Shadow. "Take another look." Shadow glanced down at it. The head was face up. "I must have fumbled the toss," he said, puzzled. "You do yourself a disservice," said Wednesday. And he grinned. "I'm just a lucky guy." And then he looked up. "Well, I never. Mad Sweeney, will you have a drink with us?" "Southern Comfort and Coke, straight up," said a voice from behind Shadow. "I'll go and talk to the barman," said Wednesday. He stood up and began to make his way toward the bar. "Are you going to ask what I'm drinking?" called Shadow. "I already know what you're drinking," said Wednesday. And then he was standing by the bar. Patsy Cline started to sing Walking After Midnight on the jukebox again. The Southern Comfort and Coke sat down beside Shadow. He had a short ginger beard, wore a denim jacket covered with bright sew-on patches, and under the jacket, a stained white t-shirt. On the t-shirt was printed, "If you can't eat it, drink it, smoke it, or snort it, then fuck it." He wore a baseball cap on which was printed, "The only woman I've ever loved was another man's wife, my mother." I fucking hate this. I hate both of those shirts. I hate the shirt, I hate the hat, I hate both of them. And 2 strikes, we're already at. He opened a soft pack of Lucky Strikes with a dirty thumbnail, took a cigarette, offered one to Shadow. Shadow was about to take one. Automatically, he did not smoke. But a cigarette makes good barter material when he realized that he was no longer inside. He shook his head. "You working for our man, then?" asked the bearded man. He was not sober, although he was not yet drunk. "It looks that way," said Shadow. "What do you do?" The bearded man lit a cigarette. "I'm a leprechaun," he said with a grin. Shadow did not smile. Really, Shouldn't you be drinking Guinness? Stereotypes. You have to learn to think outside the box, said the bearded man. There's a lot more to Ireland than Guinness. You don't have an Irish accent. I've been over here too fucking long. So you are originally from Ireland. I told you. I'm a leprechaun. We don't come from fucking Moscow. I guess not. Wednesday returned to the table, 3 drinks held easily in his paw-like hands. Southern Comfort and Coke for you, Mad Sweetie, my man, and a Jack Daniels for me. And this is for you, Shadow. It's gonna be the drink that his wife likes to drink. It's literally gonna be the drink his wife likes to drink. What is it? Taste it. The drink was a tawny golden color. Shadow took a sip, tasting an odd blend of sour and sweet on his tongue. He could taste the alcohol underneath, and a strange blend of flavors. It reminded him a little of prison hooch, brewed in a garbage bag from rotten fruit and bread and sugar and water. But it was sweeter and far stranger. Okay, said Shadow. I tasted it. What is it? Mead, said Wednesday. Honey wine, the drink of heroes, the drink of the gods. I was wrong. I was like, that is not what his wife likes to drink. Shadow took another tentative sip. Yeah, he could taste the honey, he decided. That was one of the tastes. Kinda tastes like pickle juice, he said. Sweet pickle juice wine. Tastes like drunken diabetic's piss, agreed Wednesday. I hate the stuff. Then why did you bring it for me? Asked Shadow reasonably. Wednesday stared at Shadow with his mismatched eyes. One of them, Shadow decided, was a glass eye, but he could not decide which one. I brought you mead to drink because it's traditional, and right now, we need all the tradition we can get. It seals our bargain. We haven't made a bargain. Sure we have. You work for me now. You protect me. You transport me from place to place. You run errands. In an emergency, but only in an emergency. You hurt people who need to be hurt. In the unlikely event of my death, you will hold a vigil, and in return, I shall make sure that your needs are adequately taken care of. He's hustling you, said Mad Sweetie, rubbing his bristly ginger beard. He's a hustler. Damn straight I'm a hustler, said Wednesday. That's why I need someone to look out for my best interests. The song on the jukebox ended, and for a moment, the bar felt quiet, every conversation at a lull. Someone once told me that you only get those everybody shuts up at once moments, at 20 past or 20 to the hour, said Shadow. It's a very Lewis thing that you just said, you know that? It's a very Lewis thing that was just typed. I don't know Russian, so never. It's a very Lewis thing that was just typed. screamed of Lewis in that moment. Sweeney pointed to the clock above the above the bar, held in the massive and indifferent jaws of a stuffed alligator head. The time was 11:20. There, said Shadow. Damned if I know why that happens. I know why, said Wednesday. Drink your mead. Shadow knocked back the rest of his glass in one long gulp. It might be better over ice, he said. Or it might not, said Wednesday. It's terrible stuff. That it is, agreed Mad Sweeney. You'll excuse me for a moment, gentlemen, but I find myself deep and urgent in need of a lengthy piss. He stood up and walked away, an impossibly tall man. He had to be almost 7 feet tall, decided Shadow. The waitress wiped a cloth from across the table and took their empty plates. Wednesday told her to bring the same again for everyone, although this time Shadow's mead was to be on the rocks. Anyway, said Wednesday, that's what I need of you. Would you like to know what I want? Asked Shadow. Nothing could make me happier. The waitress brought the drink. Shadow sipped his mead on the rocks. The ice did not help. If anything, it sharpened the sourness and made the taste linger in the mouth after the mead was swallowed. However, Shadow consoled himself. It did not taste particularly alcoholic. He was not ready to be drunk. Not yet. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. He took a deep breath. Okay, said Shadow. My life, which for 3 years has been a long way from being the greatest life there has ever been, just took a distinct and sudden turn for the worse. Now, there are a few things I need to do. I want to go to Laura's funeral. I want to say goodbye. I should wind up her stuff. If you still need me, I want to start at $500 a week. The figure was a stab in the dark. Wednesday's eyes revealed nothing. If we're happy working together, in 6 months' time, you'll raise it to $1,000 a week. He paused. It was the longest speech he had made in years. You say you may need people to be hurt. Well, I'll hurt people if they're trying to hurt you. But I don't hurt people for fun or for profit. I won't go back to prison. Once was enough. You won't have to, said Wednesday. No, said Shadow. I won't. He finished the last of his mead. He wondered, suddenly, somewhere in the back of his head, whether the mead was responsible for loosening his tongue, but the words were coming out of him like the water spraying from a broken fire hydrant in summer. And he could not have stopped them if he had tried. I don't like you, Mr. Wednesday. or whatever your real name may be, we are not friends. I don't know how you got off that plane without me seeing you, or how you trailed me here. But I'm gonna loose end right now. When we're done, I'll be gone. And if you piss me off, I'll be gone too. Until then, I'll work for you. Very good, said Wednesday. Then we have a compact, and we are agreed. What the hell? Said Shadow. Across the room, Mad Sweeney was feeding quarters into the jukebox. Wednesday spat in his hand and extended it. Shadow shrugged. He spat into his own palm. They clasped hands. It's before COVID. It's also gross. Wednesday began to squeeze. Shadow squeezed back. After a few seconds, his hand began to hurt. Wednesday held the grip a little longer, and then he let go. Good, he said. Good. Very good. So one last glass of evil, vile fucking me to seal our deal. And then we are done. The spitting. He spat into his hand. Which part of that was bad aim? It'll be a southern comfort and coke from me, said Sweeney, lurching back from the jukebox. The jukebox began to play the Velvet Underground's Who Loves the Sun. Shadow thought it was a strange song to find on a jukebox. It seemed very unlikely. But then, this whole evening had become increasingly unlikely. Shadow took the quarter he had used for the coin toss from the table, enjoying the sensation of a freshly milled coin against his fingers, producing it in his right hand between his forefinger and thumb. He appeared to take it into his left hand in one smooth movement, while casually finger palming it. He closed his left hand on the imaginary quarter. Then he took a second quarter in his right hand, between finger and thumb, and as he pretended to drop that coin into the left hand, he let the palmed quarter fall into his right hand, striking the quarter he held there on the way. The chink confirmed the illusion that both coins were in his left hand, while they were both now held safely in his right. Coin tricks, is it? Asked Sweeney, raising his chin, his scruffy beard bristling. Why, if it's coin tricks we're doing, watch this. He took an empty glass from the table. Then he reached out and took a large coin, golden and shining from the air. Then he dropped it into the glass. He took another gold coin from the air and tossed it into the glass, where it clinked against the first. He took a coin from the candle flame of a candle on the wall, another from his beard, a third from Shadow's empty left hand, and dropped them one by one into the glass. Then he curled his fingers over the glass and blew hard, and several more golden coins dropped into the glass from his hand. He tipped the glass of sticky coins into his jacket pocket, and then tapped the pocket to show, unmistakably, that it was empty. There, he said. That's a coin trick for you. Shadow, who had been watching closely, put his head on one side. I need to know how you did it. I did it, said Sweeney, with the air of one confiding a huge secret. With panache and style. That's how I did it. He laughed silently, rocking on his heels, his gappy teeth bared. Yes, said Shadow, that is how you did it. You gotta teach me all the ways of doing the miser's dream that I've read. You'd be hiding coins in the hands that holds the glass and dropping them in while you produce and vanish the coin in your right hand. Sounds like a hell of a lot of work to me, said Matt Sweeney. It's just easier to pick them out of the air. Wednesday said, Mead for you, Shadow. I'll stick with Mr. Jack Daniels. And for the freeloading Irishman, a bottled beer, something dark for preference, said Sweeney. Freeloader, is it? He picked up what was left of his drink and raised it to Wednesday in a toast. May the storm pass us over and leave us hale and unharmed, he said, and knocked the drink back. A fine toast, said Wednesday, but it won't. Another mead was placed in front of Shadow. Do I have to drink this? I'm afraid you do. It seals our deal. 3rd time's the charm, eh? Shit, said Shadow. He swallowed the mead in 2 large gulps. The pickled honey taste filled his mouth. There, said Mr. Wednesday. You're my man now. So, said Sweeney, you want to know the trick of how it's done? Yeah, said Shadow. Were you loading them in your sleeve? They were never in my sleeve, said Sweeney. He chortled to himself, rocking and bouncing as if he were a lanky, bearded volcano preparing to erupt with delight at his own brilliance. It's the simplest trick in the world. I'll fight you for it. Shadow shook his head. I'll pass. Now there's a fine thing, said Sweeney to the room. Old Wednesday gets himself a bodyguard, and the feller's too scared to put up his fists even. I won't fight you, agreed Shadow. Sweeney swayed and sweated. He fiddled with the peak of his baseball cap, and then he pulled one of his coins out of the air and placed it on the table. Real gold, if you were wondering, said Sweeney. Win or lose, and you'll lose. It's yours if you fight me. A big fellow like you, who'd have thought you'd be a fucking coward? He's already said he won't fight you, said Wednesday. Go away, Mad Sweeney, take your beer, and leave us in peace. Sweeney took a step closer to Wednesday. Call me a freeloader, will you, you doomed old creature, you coldless, heartless old tree hanger. Whoa. Whoa. Fighting words. Fighting words. His face was turning. I don't know why they're calling him a tree. I'm just going to put that out there. I don't know why they're calling him that. I have no context for the rest of it. I've never read this book in my entire life. I do know he wears that tree pin. I don't know how this relates to anything. So if that was something I wasn't supposed to say, we're going to find out later, I guess. We'll find out later. Find out later. His face was turning a deep, angry red. Wednesday put out his hands, palms up. Pacific. Foolish Sweeney. Watch where you put your words. Sweeney glared at him. Then he said, with the gravity of the very drunk, "You've hired a coward. What would he do if I hurt you, do you think?" Wednesday turned to Shadow. "I've had enough of this," he said. "Deal with it." Shadow got to his feet and looked up into Mad Sweeney's face. How tall was the man, he wondered. "You're bothering us," he said. "You're drunk. I think you ought to leave now." A slow smile spread over Sweeney's face. "There. Now," he said. He swung a huge fist at Shadow. Shadow jerked back. Sweeney's hand caught him beneath the right eye. He saw blotches of light and felt pain. And with that, the fight began. Sweeney fought without style, without science, with nothing but enthusiasm for the fight itself. Huge, barreling roundhouse blows that missed as often as they connected. Shadow fought defensively, carefully, blocking Sweeney's blows or avoiding them. He became very aware of the audience around them. The tables were pulled out of the way with protesting groans, making a space for the men to spar. Shadow was aware at all times of Wednesday's eyes upon him, of Wednesday's humorless grin. It was a test. That was obvious. But what kind of test? In prison, Shadow had learned there were two kinds of fights. Don't fuck with me fights, where you made it as showy and impressive as you could, and private fights, real fights, which were fast and hard and nasty, and always over in seconds. "Hey, Sweeney," said Shadow, breathless. "Why are we fighting?" "For the joy of it," said Sweeney, sober now, or at least no longer visibly drunk. "For the sheer, unholy fucking delight of it. Can't you feel the joy in your own veins, rising like the sap in the springtime?" His lip was bleeding. So was Shadow's knuckle. "So, how'd you do the coin production?" asked Shadow. He swayed back and twisted, took a blow on his shoulder, intended for his face. "I told you how I did it when we first spoke," grunted Sweeney. "But there's none so blind," ow, good one, "as those who will not listen." Shadow jabbed at Sweeney, forcing him back into a table. Empty glasses and ashtrays crashed to the floor. Shadow could have finished him off then. Shadow glanced at Wednesday, who nodded. Shadow looked down at Mad Sweeney. "Are we done?" he asked. Mad Sweeney hesitated, then nodded. Shadow let go of him and took several steps backward. Sweeney, panting, pushed himself back up into a standing position. "Not on your ass," he shouted. "It ain't over till I say it is." Then he grinned, and he threw himself forward, swinging at Shadow. He stepped onto a fallen ice cube, and his grin turned into open-mouthed dismay as his feet went out from under him and he fell backward. The back of his head hit the barroom floor with a definite thud. Shadow put his knee into Mad Sweeney's chest. For the second time. Are we done fighting? He asked. We may as well be at that, said Sweeney, raising his head from the floor. For the joy is gone out of me now. Like the pee from a small boy in a swimming pool on a hot day. Such an odd expression. He spat the blood from his mouth and closed his eyes and began to snore. In deep and magnificence. And I can't get over that phrase. Like pee, you know how all boys pee in swimming pools. The joy of the fight has left me. The joy of the fight has left me. You know how small boys pee in swimming pools on hot days, huh? What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Somebody clapped Shadow on the back. Wednesday put a bottle of beer into his hand. It tasted better than mead. Shadow woke up, stretched out in the back of his sedan. The morning sun was dazzling and his head hurt. He sat up awkwardly, rubbing his eyes. Wednesday was driving. Okay, the thing about this entire part is that, like, okay, it doesn't bother me that he accepted this job from this sketchy ass motherfucker because clearly Wednesday has an alternative agenda. What bothers me is the fact that he's like, I'm getting the feeling that, like, Shadow is not a very inquisitive man, but it's like, sir, he knew about your wife. He knew about your wife. And then he randomly appeared here and he's like, yeah, you followed me. And then, like, I don't know, I just think this whole thing is like, he's not asking enough questions for me. He's not asking enough questions. Like, then you just drank. Another thing is, like, maybe it's because I present feminine and I was just taught that, like, I don't accept drinks from strangers, but he drank like 4 drinks from a goddamn stranger. He did not see the bartender pour a single one of those drinks, and then he wakes up in the back of this random man's sedan, like he's not asking enough questions. He's taking everything that's happening a little too relaxed for me. A little too relaxed. Wednesday was driving. He was humming tunelessly as he drove. He had a paper cup of coffee in the cup holder. They were heading along the interstate highway. The passenger seat was empty. How are you feeling this fine morning? Asked Wednesday without turning around. What happened to my car? Asked Shadow. It was a rental. Matt Sweeney took it back for you. It was a part of the deal that the two of you cut last night after the fight. Conversations from the night before began to jostle uncomfortably in Shadow's head. You got any more of that coffee? It's like he just tells him stuff. Because for me, that would be a fucking red flag. The minute I drink that beer, suddenly I don't remember the rest of the night. Are you fucking crazy? You fucking crazy? Oh yeah, the minute that I start drinking this weird mead that tastes like pickles for some reason. By the way, meat doesn't taste like pickles, so I was like, that was very strange. Like, meat is like super sweet. Like, people always say that meat is super sweet because it's made from honey. So I was like, pickles? You drink this super sweet, not even super sweet, you drink this pickle ass meat from this stranger, and then suddenly you can't like keep your thoughts inside of your head, and then right after he hands you a beer and you can't remember the rest of the night. He's too relaxed for my liking. He's a little bit too relaxed. He needs to lock in. He's too relaxed. I know he's not inquisitive. I'm getting that vibe, but I need him to lock in. It's chapter 2. I need him to lock in. He's not thinking enough for me. Even the fact that, like, the guy had the newspaper of his dead wife and his dead friend, and the only thing that he could think about was like, oh damn, I guess my wife really is dead. Like, that is not what you should be thinking about. You should be thinking about the fact that he had your wife's newspaper. He had the specific newspaper. And they live in like a small town in like where the fuck is he even going? They live in like a small town, so that's a small newspaper. It's not like that story would be on like Frontline headline news at like, it's not like a small, or who killed her. I mean, the guy didn't, I mean, we don't know what actually happened, because they're saying that like his friend Robbie was driving in the car and he's assuming that she was drunk. I mean, sorry, not she was drunk, but that Robbie was drunk. Like because I guess Robbie drinks a lot, so he's assuming that Robbie was drunk driving and crashed. Like, he made that up. That's not actually what happened. In the paper, all they said was that Robbie was driving and that she was in the passenger seat and that they crashed into like a truck and that they were dead before they went to the hospital. So he made an assumption that he was drunk driving, but we don't actually know if that happened. That was just like a scenario he was thinking about. But it's like, why would this random man who you've never met in your entire life have a newspaper clipping of your dead wife and your best friend? Like, that's not a concern to you? You're like, oh, like, that's not... You're not like, maybe I should stop talking to this sketchy ass man. How does this dude know so much about him? Why isn't he questioning him? Yeah, he's like questioning the wrong things, I think, for me. This is like, actually, I was about to say this like Coraline all over again, but at least in Coraline. Actually, I think in the book, Coraline asks all the right questions. In the book, like, Coraline is like way more, what's the word for it? Suspicious of everything that's happening. This guy, he's like, how did you know my name? Who even are you? He's like, yeah, I'll work for this sketchy man who I don't even know the name of, that claims, by the way, he hasn't even been paid yet. That's another thing. It's like this random sketchy guy that you met on an airplane that you never even saw leave the airplane and is randomly here with you in this random small town. Like, in this random small town is like, it's like claiming that he's going to be able to pay you $500 a week, and then after you guys get comfortable with each other, he's going to pay you $1,000 a week, and like, you're just taking his word for it. Like, yeah, he hasn't even paid you anything. He hasn't even paid you. Where's your head at? He hasn't even paid you. This guy could go and sell your organs. Observative. No, Coraline was pretty dumb, but she was also 13, so, well, she's like 11 actually. In the movie, she's like 13. In the book, she's like 11. But no, she was a pretty observant. I just mean that, like, Coraline questioned a lot more stuff. Like, she questioned, like, way more stuff. I also have to end stream, but, as I said, I was gonna end it after the next ad break, but I'll finish this page in particular, just this page. So at least we'll like finish just this section. But like, Coraline like asked way more questions. Or she was like, my other mother, does everybody also have an other mother? Like, what are you talking about? Instead, this guy's like, sounds good. Sounds like I'll just work for this guy and be his bodyguard. He hasn't even paid you. You could be a scammer. He hasn't even paid you. Conversations from the night before began to jostle uncomfortably in Shadow's head. You got any more of that coffee? The big man reached beneath the passenger seat and pressed back an unopened bottle of water. Here, you'll be dehydrated. This will help more than coffee for the moment. We'll stop at the next gas station and get you some breakfast. You'll need to clean yourself up too. You look like something the goat dragged in. Cat dragged in. said Shadow. Goat, said Wednesday. Huge, rank, stinking goat with big teeth. Shadow unscrewed the top of his water and drank. Something clinked heavily in his jacket pocket. He put his hand into his pocket and pulled out a coin the size of $50. It was heavy and a deep yellow in color. In the gas station, Shadow bought a clean you up kit, which contained a razor, a packet of shaving cream, a comb, a disposable toothbrush, and packed with a tiny tube of toothpaste. Then he walked into the men's restroom and looked at himself in the mirror. He had a bruise under one eye. When he prodded it experimentally with one finger, he found it hurt deeply and a swollen lower lip. And that's where we're gonna end. That's where we're gonna end. He's in the bathroom. He's in the bathroom with his swollen lip and his bruise under his eye. Good night, good night. Yeah, I'm very interested. I will say it was all making sense up until the chapter with the woman eating the man with her vagina. I think all of that made sense. Like, the rest of it's making sense except for that one chapter. Not even the chapter, because it's like, how many pages was that? It was a lot. It was actually like, it was like a little interlude. But I was like, okay, I'm up to date on the plot. And then they said somewhere in America with this woman that ate this man with her vagina. And I was like, okay, well, I was like, okay, a demon or alien. Well, the book is called American Gods. So, like, in my head, we're gonna get introduced. I think Wednesday, I don't know anything about this book. I'm just making like a guess here, like a hypothesis, that like Wednesday is a god. We just don't know god of what. I don't know. And then an angel, she ate a man with her vagina. I don't think she's an angel. If I had to guess, if he's a god, she might be a god. But then again, she said her name was Bellaquise. Bilquise. And I was like, what is Bilquise doesn't sound familiar at all. Because I would have said like Aphrodite. Just because of lust. Angels have been evil before. Billy, the book is called American Gods. That's the only reason why I would say that, like, I don't know what angels have to do with anything. The book is called American Gods. And the only reason I'm talking specifically about Greek gods is because at the start of the book, in chapter 1, when he's still in prison, he's reading a Greek book. I don't think it's an angel, Billy. I think you're like way off. I don't think it's an angel. Because at the start of the book, he's reading, because they would have put more hints to angel material, and that just doesn't make any sense. It was very lustful material. Like, Neil Gaiman loves to leave like little breadcrumbs, and there are no breadcrumbs for angel imagery in that hotel room. It was a lot of like lustful imagery, colors of red, the woman with statue with the huge tits and the hips. That doesn't scream angel imagery to me. So I'm throwing that hypothesis out, but that's not my hypothesis. My hypothesis is that he is a god of something. I'm not quite sure what. I would just say Zeus, but that feels like super odd that like Zeus would want, I don't know, because it's like we keep seeing this like thunder and like lightning imagery, like the lightning followed him all throughout the prison. He didn't say he was a goat. He said well, he was like making a joke. I don't know if he was being serious, but it sounded like it was a joke. Because he just looks like shit. And he stinks because he hasn't showered and he drank all that alcohol. So he probably smells like alcohol. But at the start of the book, when he's still in prison and low-key gives him the book for the Greek hero, that's the only reason why I would say it's like specifically about Greek gods and or goddesses, because like why else would he write that? It seems like a weird thing to fixate on, like a weird tidbit otherwise. So I would say Wednesday's a god that needs shadow for something, not quite sure what it is, and it has to do with why his wife and his best friend died. And then I don't know, I have nothing about the woman that I have nothing about the woman. I think she's a god. She's either a god, well, I was gonna say a servant of a god, but I don't know if that makes any sense. Because like why would a servant be eating, or like a disciple be eating a man? So I would say that she is a god. I don't know why she ate him with his vagina, but like I would have to guess Aphrodite. That's a really basic guess, but I'm like, I really can't think of a goddess. Unless it's like not a god and it's like a minor character in Greek mythology. But I'm just gonna throw out Aphrodite for right now until I get more information. I don't know why Aphrodite would be eating a man with a vagina, but okay. I have to just go with that for now. I like the book so far. I like it so far. I don't like that Shadow is not asking enough questions. I like that his name is Shadow. I like all the names in the book. They're fun. Shadow, Wednesday, Lock, Key. They're fun. Laura's not very fun, but it's a kind of a cute name, Laura Moon. What's her full name, which would mean that his name is Shadow Moon. Because they're married. His name is Shadow Moon. Shadow Moon kind of goes hard, I'm not gonna lie. Shadow Moon, that kind of goes hard. That goes hard in the paint. Shadow Moon. Laura Moon and Shadow Moon. Shadow Moon's kind of a good name. It kind of goes hard. Shadow Moon's kind of good. Shadow Moon's kind of good. So I'm gonna end it there. The names speak so cool. I'm gonna end it there, and then we'll pick it up next week, question mark, or because I think tomorrow we'll just do, I haven't decided what I want to do tomorrow, but I usually do book reading streams every Thursday. Once a week, every single Thursday. So I think I'll just pick it up next week Thursday, unless I decide to like continue. This is a very long book though. Wait a minute, this is a long book. This book is long. Hold up. Oh, I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. I'm about to sneeze. We're on page 62. And we're not even a quarter of the way done. We're like actually not even like a quarter of the way done with this. So that's like scary. Because I'm looking at it and I'm like, damn, this book is kind of long. So maybe I'll like do 2 streams. Bless you. Thank you. I'll do like 2 streams of this book depending on if I crave reading or not. But this was nice. I do like reading again. Thank you. I didn't say excuse me, but thank you. I wasn't expecting to sneeze. Sniff, sniff. I wasn't expecting to sneeze. I think it's just because I'm cold. When I start getting like really cold, that's how I know that I have to like wrap up this stream, because I just start getting really, really cold. And now I'm at that point. I'm also like hungry all over again, even though I ate a huge dinner. I ate like a massive dinner, so there's no reason for me to be like peckish right now, but I very much am. But I am gonna wrap stream up, and I'm also not gonna change the screen because I want everybody to be comfy cozy for as long as you can be comfy cozy. So thank you so much to everybody that tuned in to stream today. I do really appreciate it. Yeah, we'll see how the book goes. I'm not a huge, this is my first time actually also reading a book that is not made for young adults. This book is like, I think just for adults in general. It's not specifically catered towards young adults, which was not like a theme or something that I had in place before. It's not like I purposefully decided that I wanted to only read books that were for young adults. It just kind of ended up that way. So we'll see regarding like the graphic content. We'll see regarding like the graphic content or anything like that, because that is something I'm like a little tiny little bit nervous about. Because like that scene where she was eating she was eating that man with her vagina, that was a lot of like descriptions of a vagina. I will see. I saved everybody from like 4 pages of descriptions of a vagina and a man being consumed by a vagina. Being consumed wholeheartedly by a vagina. Congratulations. I saved you. But we'll see. If it becomes like too much, then you know we'll see. If it becomes like too much, I don't know. We'll see as the story goes on. Let's see. We'll see like as the story goes on, and I'll make a decision. If it's just like too much for right now, it's fine. It's just like super weird to hear more graphic stuff come out of Neil Gaiman, I think, because I'm so used to like reading his more like child safe stuff, I would say. Always more like child safe stuff. I'm like way more used to reading. In any case, I am actually and factually my arm still hurts from when I got my shot yesterday. Owie, owie, owie. Owie, wowie, zowie. I am gonna raid Mara because they're doing an art stream, and I like to raid other artists because I'm an artist myself. Nothing is loading. I'm an artist myself, so I like to raid other artists. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna do, well, I'm gonna put that in there. Hi Dana, I didn't know you were here. I put my red message in chat. Tomorrow I'm probably just gonna do an ASMR just chatting stream if I don't want to end up reading, so it'll be nice and chill. My read message in chat, if no one has told you today, I'm so happy to be one person's lifetime that gets to tell you that you are loved, you are valued, and you are so appreciated in this lifetime, because you deserve to hear that you are loved, you are valued, and you are so fucking appreciated. And I really do mean that, and you should really take care of yourself during this time. My socials are below, my thothoth are below, so if you want to stalk me, feel free. I'm active on Reddit. I mean, my Reddit's suspended right now. I'm active on Discord, Twitter, the socials. You'll see them. And yeah, I don't think there's anything left to say. So, as always, until next time, goodbye. Goodbye. I'm done. I'm just making sure that I'm a part of the raid. My entire stream is like really slow today. My entire stream is like really slow today. Wow. Okay. Thanks so much.